Chapter 1542. Their vision is distorted. Their thoughts are in chaos. Time is flying. The world is shifting. Maybe a minute. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe an hour. Maybe 10 hours. Maybe 1 day. 10 days. 100 days. 1,000 days. Everyone felt that the journey to the mirror realm was so long and boring. It felt like thousands of years, but it also felt like an instant. They couldn't tell how much time had passed. In front of their eyes was a field of light. Their sense of direction was swaying along with their vision. As if they were in a manhua mirror, there was nothing in this world, only a dazzling halo. But this feeling didn't last for long. When everyone's brain started to function normally and their thoughts returned, the feeling of stepping on solid ground returned to their bodies. Their vision gradually returned to normal as well. However, before everyone could open their eyes and look at the enemy they were about to face, an extremely dense chill suddenly surged in their bodies that had just regained their sense of substance. Because even if they didn't see it, Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Bajik could feel it. In the air, an extremely oppressive and terrifying malice as thick as a bottomless swamp was gradually growing with their arrival. Their heads, which had just regained their ability to operate, suddenly shook, causing everyone to tense up. They opened their eyes abruptly and looked forward. Then, everyone, including Wu Yin, sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gasps echoed throughout the entire mirror realm. It was still the same deep underground basement, and it was still the same empty space that was covered with bricks. But in this basement, it was exactly the same as before. There was something. It wasn't there before. A shadow. To be more precise, it was made of shadows. It was incomparably turbid, like filthy mud, constantly twisting and turning, only having the wheel of a human. A monster whose face couldn't even be seen clearly. Yes, in just one encounter, the first adjective that appeared in everyone's mind was the word monster. It wasn't just because the opponent was a muddy mud man with only the wheel of a human. Moreover, it was because on the muddy clay figurine in front of the mirror world, there were incomparably black and violent storm-like black fog dancing crazily. It was the same as the previous saber. It could reflect magic. It could also reflect magic, and to a certain extent, it was immune to damage. Only melee combatants could deal with this high-density magic mist. No, compared to the saber, this human-shaped creature's magic mist was even more terrifying. If one said, the magic mist on Saber was only considered as a small wave, but the magic mist on the Muddy Man before Kirin was enough to form a real storm. How terrifying! Archer, level 79. The muddy black mist was swinging back and forth in the air like a whip, bringing with it a whistling sound. In the air, the thick, viscous liquid pressure was like a snake that had found its target. In the blink of an eye, it crawled into the hearts of the uninvited guests and began to gnaw on them. Looking at the muddy mud man that was emitting an unusual amount of malice, for a moment, everyone's mind went blank. Even Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto's perceptive sense activated subconsciously, but their minds didn't respond. Archer, just as Wu Yin had hoped, this muddy mudman in front of them was the second Archer rank card. It's a pity that the Archer is surrounded by a storm-like black mist. Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and Mikoto aren't in the mood to be happy about it. Not to mention, the real shock was yet to come. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At a certain moment, the pitch-black gas that was waving wildly in the not-so-vast space suddenly paused. Like a shark that had smelled blood, it turned around, and with a shrill and sharp cry, it swept across the atmosphere, or turned into a long whip, or turned into the tip of a spear, and attacked everyone present. It might sound complicated, but in actuality, from the real domain to the imaginary domain's mirror realm to the sudden attack of the black mist, the entire process took no more than 2 to 3 seconds. Otherwise, the four of them, who had been through hundreds of battles, wouldn't have still been unable to react from the clear understanding of the enemy until now. It wasn't until the shrill cry that the four of them woke up from their stupor. They quickly stomped on the ground and scattered in all directions. Bam, 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 bam. In the next second, the seemingly sturdy ground was mercilessly penetrated and exploded as if it was hit by a cannonball. That mana fog, Hinajiku, who was the fastest and also the fastest to dodge it, was shocked by the sight. It can still attack? Attack! Wu Yin, who retreated to the left, yelled without hesitation. The enemy is more troublesome than we thought. It's not the time to care about other things. Don't worry about the competition. Everyone attack. Got it. Chuju and Mikoto replied. Wise choice. Vijit threw away the cylinder in her hand and clenched her fists. A pair of rune gloves emitted a green glow. Don't hold back. With a flash, he retreated to the back. The space behind him rippled like the surface of the water. Black swords, spears, swords, and all sorts of treasures came out of the ripples and aimed at the archer. Let's go. Hinajiku and Badget stomped on the ground with all their might, causing the ground to crack and form a crater as they charged towards the archer. Mikoto, we'll cover them. Okay. Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side and raised her hand. Blue and white lightning flashed on her body. Whoosh! In the air, the pitch-black mana fog whizzed through the air like a gust of wind, leaving after-images in its wake as it shot down toward Hinajiku and Bathjet. It's not hard to imagine what would happen if they were hit. Whoosh, beep, beep. However, the pitch-black magic fog that was as sharp as arrows streaked across the sky and shot downwards. Pitch-black noble artifacts cut through the atmosphere and shot out like bullets. Other than the pitch-black precious artifact rain, the bluish-white streaks of electricity seemed to have transformed into whips as they rubbed against the atmosphere of this world, violently flinging past. Bang, 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 bang. Bang suddenly. The pitch-black rain of relic and the rich blue and white electric current passed through the space, as if they were waiting for the mana mist to come to them. They collided with the mana mist that was falling from the sky. In an instant, the mana fog that was shot down like arrows was either destroyed by the pitch-black rain of noble relics or collided with the blue and white electric current, resulting in a strong explosion. With the protection of the black mana fog and the blue and white lightning flashes, Chuju and Vijit arrived at the archer's mana fog. The black shadow with only human wheels opened its mouth and wriggled twice. The part that looked like a hand also began to gently lift up. It won't be that easy. However, before the archer could move, Wu Yin and Mikoto moved first. The pitch-black rain of noble phantasm and the blue-white electric current that collided with the high-density mana fog in midair dispersed the black mist. Just like how the mana fog attacked Hinajiku and Bathjet, it drew a perfect arc and fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. In a continuous explosion, the black mana fog and blue and white lightning flashes landed on the archer's mana fog and blasted the ground, setting off a thick cloud of dust. Now, seeing this, Hinajiku and Vijit's eyes lit up at the same time. One raised her white cherry, while the other raised her fist that glowed with blue light. Mixed with a violent ki, they broke through the smoke in front of them and rushed into the center of the smoke to attack a blurry black figure, just as Hinajiku and Vijit rushed into the dust cloud. Amidst the dust and smoke, a voice that sounded like a ferocious ghost howl resounded throughout the entire mirror world for a long time. Chapter 1543. Passing through the thick smoke and dust, the pitch-black magic fog, and the eardrums of everyone present, the incomparably shrill cry turned into an echo, spreading out as if it had substance. With such an ominous voice, there was no doubt that it belonged to the dark, heroic spirit of the archer. However, this was not a scream. It was an angry roar. Ding! When the shrill cry faded away, the sound of a door being unlocked rang out from within the thick dust cloud. Whoosh! Soon after, numerous blurry black figures rose from the dense dust and shot into the air. They scattered the dense dust and blasted the two figures away like they were trash. Under Wu Yin and Mikoto's watchful eyes, the two figures that were sent flying fell to the ground with a loud crash. They slid across the ground and landed right in front of them. They were Chuju and Bajit. However, compared to the time when they dashed out and attacked the archer valiantly, the two girls looked completely different now. Hinajiku, on the other hand, was still fine. Her face had a tinge of pain, and her robe was emitting a blurry layer of light. Although she looked a little wretched, she didn't suffer any injuries. Come to think of it, the moving church had probably protected her. But Badget's appearance was miserable to the extreme. Bayette, who had fallen to the ground, had weapons all over her body. There were swords and sabers. There were spears, halberds, and sharp weapons that mercilessly pierced through Badget's body, the front end of which was deeply embedded in her body. Blood splattered everywhere. The ground was dyed red. Chuju, Makoto cried out in alarm and hurriedly helped Chuju up from the ground. This is... Wu Yin looked at the weapon that pierced through Badget's body. His expression finally changed. A relic? That was right. The weapons that pierced through Bajit's body were all treasures. It was only at this moment that everyone saw it clearly. Up ahead, beneath the muddy archer, a sticky substance that looked like mud was disregarding the obstruction on the ground. It was like magma that came out from the ground and started to spread on the ground around the archer. And in this pitch-black mud, there were sabers, swords, spears, halberds of all shapes and sizes. Weapons that were more diverse than Wu Yan's pitch-black precious artifact that was purely made of iron sand flew out from within. They soared into the sky and floated in midair, motionless. Not long after, the entire sky of the Mirror Realm was filled with weapons of all shapes and sizes. There were at least tens of thousands of weapons, and, at the same time, they were all treasures. It was not like Wu Yan's, which was purely a shortcut. It was made of iron sand and had the power and hardness of a relic. There was nothing else. It was made of fantasy, belief, and miracles. It was the ultimate weapon that was only used by the legendary heroes. A hero spirit that can use tens of thousands of treasures. Wu Yan's face turned pale. Born from the beliefs of humans, the heroic spirits of the great heroes in myths, legends, and history all possessed the powerful weapons that symbolized the legends they had used when they were alive. This kind of weapon was the so-called precious artifact. Usually, a hero spirit would only have one type of precious artifact. A few special hero spirits could have multiple precious artifacts, but at most, they would not have three at the same time. However, in the sky that covered the entire Mirror Realm, tens of thousands of weapons were all precious artifacts. They were genuine precious artifacts. Wu Yin knew that there was only one hero spirit that could have such an extraordinary number of precious artifacts. Gilgamesh. 2/3 of his existence was a god, and the remaining 1/3 was a human. He was the oldest king of humans, the legendary hero King Gilgamesh. When he was a king, he had collected all the treasures in the world from the era that he ruled. He was a selfish, proud, and arrogant king. However, because of his actions when he was alive, Gilgamesh had collected all the treasures in the world in his treasure vault. In this treasure vault, there were prototypes of precious artifacts that helped the heroes that were qualified to become hero spirits in the future. There were also prototypes of monsters that had taken the heroes' lives. Therefore, in this treasure trove, there were countless prototypes of all the treasures. This treasure vault, even after Gilgamesh died and turned into a hero spirit, became a precious artifact that symbolized his legends and was used by Gilgamesh. It was also because of this precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts that Gilgamesh was known as the strongest hero spirit. This precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts was called Gate of Babylon. It was exactly the same as the Gate of Babylon that Wu Yin had been using. However, Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon contained all the prototypes of noble artifacts. Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon didn't have that many collections. Even though Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon had countless noble relics, the noble relics in his Gate of Babylon were only made up of iron sand. They were powerful, but they did not have the special abilities of the legendary noble relics. As for the treasures in Gilgamesh's Treasure of the King, they all had the same abilities as when they were active in myths, legends, and history. The two of them were not on the same level. Unfortunately, looking at the black mud that was spreading on the ground, Wu Yin sneered. He did not know whether it was mockery or pity. Even if the foundation inside still exists, such an ugly thing can no longer be called the king's treasure. No one knew if it had heard Wu Yan's words, but the true identity of the oldest king of the human race. The monster let out a roar similar to resentment, raising its head and roaring madly. Then, the treasures that covered the entire area tilted and pointed towards the direction of Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget. If all of these treasures were to fall from the sky, Chuju and Mikoto might not be able to escape unscathed even with the protection of the moving church. What's more, if any of these treasures were effective against the undead, then even Wu Yin wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and even Badget, who was still on the ground, felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the countless noble phantoms. Following the archer's roar, a rain of noble phantoms began to fall from the sky, like bullets. Sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of treasures created a frenzied sound of breaking through the air and shaking the air. They shot towards the incomparably tiny four people standing on the ground, covering the sky and covering the earth. Chuju, Mikoto, hide behind me. He didn't have the time to think about it. He didn't have the energy to spare. He flashed in front of the two girls and raised his palm. In the next moment, waves of iron sand surged out from the crimson spatial ripples. They rolled like waves, forming walls that overlapped and blocked above the four of them. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the iron sand walls were formed, a violent tremor and explosion came from the top of the wall, causing the thick black walls to tremble and scatter black particles. Fortunately, the iron sand was also a noble phantasm. Although it didn't have any special abilities, it still had the hardness of a noble phantasm. That's why it could withstand the torrential rain of noble phantoms. Otherwise, if it were a normal iron sand, it would have been broken into pieces by now. Unfortunately, even if it was a noble phantasm, the iron sand walls couldn't withstand the rain of noble phantoms. Sooner or later, they would shatter. When that happens, Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto would be defeated. We can go on like this. Hinajika's grip on White Cherry was so tight that her joints were cracking. We'll definitely lose if we defend passively. We have to take the initiative to attack. Mikoto gritted her teeth. Yen, think of something. I know. Wu Yin had already raised his other hand in front of him, sweat dripping down his forehead. But I can't give up on defense, or else we'll be finished. Then let's... Chuju and Mikoto had just opened their mouths when a shadow suddenly rushed out from the side. Chapter 1544. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, the treasures fell like raindrops. If Qing was pouring rain, she only aimed at one corner of the mirror world, shooting indiscriminately. Bam, 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 bam. It was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the black iron sand walls that were starting to crack. Dong, 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 dong. This was the sound of noble phantasm shooting at the ground that was covered with bricks. It was the sound of noble phantasm shooting at the ground. This is the sound of the iron sand flowing out from the gate of Babylon. Compared to the deafening explosion, the sound of the iron sand flying in the air is much weaker. It was the sound of a person who transformed into an afterimage and shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. A heroic spirit of the most ancient king who was gradually approaching the level of an archer stepped on the ground. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the figure that had lost its protection and was completely exposed to the shooting range of the noble artifacts. Bayet, the person who rushed out as if she was going to die, was Bajit, who had pulled out all the noble artifact that pierced through her body. Her body was covered in blood. At this point, the blood dripping from Bajit's body had stopped. She was like a standard berserker as she charged towards the archer without any expression on her face. You were injured so badly. It could even be considered a fatal injury, yet he could still continue to fight? Makoto was stunned. What a mess. I almost forgot. She's a troublesome person who can't be defeated or killed. Shuju resisted the urge to rush out and said in a deep voice, "However, isn't this just courting death?" Indeed, Badget had completely exposed herself to the range of the noble phantasm that covered the entire sky. There was no obstacle at all. The Tempest relic poured down and shot towards the tiny being on the ground without any mercy. "Come on." Bajit stared at the rain of relics that fell from the sky and covered her entire field of vision as if she was challenging them. He raised one of his fists. "It's over." After saying this, a lead-colored ball floated out from Badget's back like a ghost and landed on her raised fist. With a fearless attitude, in the face of the rain of relics that poured down from the sky, instead of retreating, Badget advanced. He increased his sprinting speed. At the same time, the lead ball floating above Badget's fist also burst out with bright electric light. The electric light turned into a dazzling light, enveloping the entire lead-like stone ball. When the light dissipated, a ring with runes engraved on its back and a short sword blade with runes engraved on its blade appeared on the stone ball. He stared straight ahead without letting go for a moment. Badget looked at the archer that was roaring behind the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. He accumulated all the strength in his fist, until Badget and the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth collided within a meter of each other. On his fist, the real form of the Flagellac was displayed. The magic formation on his fist shone brightly. Flagellac slash. It was as if he was declaring that he was overestimating himself. Badget used his only noble phantasm that was at an absolute disadvantage against the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. It was as if he was throwing a heavy punch. In an instant, a stream of light shot out from the Flagellac, passing through space and time. In a thousandth of a second, it hit the noble phantasm that covered the sky. It was the intersection of a point and a surface. There were all kinds of noble phantasm that covered the entire field of vision. A stream of light that was only 2 fingers wide was heading straight for him. It was as if the tip of a needle was pointing at a tall city wall, or a harpoon was aiming at a stormy sea. It was so overconfident and ignorant. It was indeed a small and sharp phosphorescent light that was as small as a needle. However, this streak of phosphorescent light was not even worth mentioning when compared to the torrential storm formed by tens of thousands of noble artifacts. The phosphorescent light that was quickly submerged passed through the ocean-like waves of noble artifacts and flashed out from within. The lightning-fast attack was as if it was invisible from the start. None of the noble phantasm could touch it. Therefore, it turned into a deadly beam of light, splitting the space in half. Before anyone could react, the beam of light pierced into the archer's heart. The archer's roar that made people uncomfortable stopped abruptly. The noble phantasm, called Flagellac, had the ability to reverse time and distort cause and effect. It pierced through the archer's heart before he used his noble phantasm, destroying his heart. Ding! There was another sound that sounded like a door being unlocked. All the noble phantasms that covered the entire mirror realm disappeared. Everything returned to its original state. This was because the Flagellac had returned to the time when the archer had not released his noble phantasm and pierced through the archer's heart. Therefore, the archer's noble phantasm was erased. All the noble phantasms that were used by the archer disappeared. At the archer's heart area, everyone could clearly see it. A small hole appeared right there. It was the size of a pebble. It was an insignificant hole, but froze the muddy mudman that was surrounded by a storm-like mana mist. It could no longer move. Dong! The abandoned stone ball, which had lost its lead color, fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Mikoto looked at the motionless archer and said with uncertainty, It's over. It's over. Wu Yin focused his attention on the archer. If it's that easy, then it's best. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone present felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Their faces were filled with shock as they took a step back. The archer, who couldn't move at all, suddenly raised his head and grinned from what seemed to be his mouth. Then, a stream of black mud suddenly appeared around Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget and surrounded them. Not good. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he shouted, Retreat! She still couldn't finish her sentence. Weapons began to emerge from the black mud that surrounded everyone. The sharp tips of the weapons were aimed at Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget's heads. Cold, sharp glints flashed on top of the weapons. Then, all the treasures that emerged from the pitch-black mud that surrounded everyone attacked everyone's heads from all directions. Bam! Different types of treasures collided with each other. Some struck the ground, and some shot out, but they shot into the pitch-black mud. The four figures were instantly covered by the luxurious rain of treasures, and rings of flames exploded. Small portion of the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's body. When the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's chest, his heart that was pierced by the flagellac instantly recovered. Not only could the dark magic mist be used for defense, but it could also be used for attack. It was extremely useful for both offense and defense. Now, it had taken on a completely new role. It could heal its master's body. Furthermore, the archer's body was the oldest human king, the hero king who possessed all the treasures in the world, the strongest hero king, Gilgamesh. It couldn't be defeated. It couldn't be killed. It couldn't be defeated. This was the worst enemy he had ever encountered. Chapter 1545. Cough, cough, this damned parvenu. In the midst of the dense flames that exploded from the noble phantasm, a scolding voice rose together with a magical whirlwind. The voice was transmitted into everyone's ears, and it also swept away the flames that covered everyone. Inside, Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were coughing rather miserably. Each of them was surrounded by a pitch-black sword wall with holes of various sizes. At the critical moment, Wu Yin built a wall of swords to block the attacks. At the same time, he used his space teleportation magic to move the rest of the wall of swords to the other three ladies, saving them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely reaction and actions, Chuju and Mikoto, who were protected by the moving church, would have been fine, but Badget would have been dead for sure. After all, Badget had just used a resurrection rune not long ago. She might not be able to resurrect yet. Of course, Wu Yin didn't consciously save Badget, who wanted to kill Chuju and Mikoto. He might have even left her alone, but the situation at that time didn't give him time to think so much, so he subconsciously saved her as well. Wu Yin, who was still coughing, smiled bitterly as the dark archer let out a dissatisfied hiss. Even if you lose your rationality, you will still be able to do it. Was he only left with his instincts, and he still didn't allow anyone to get in his way? Your arrogance has become your instinct, hasn't it? The archer, the ancient king, roared again. Black mud started to rumble around his body. Damn it. Even Badget couldn't help but curse in the face of this situation. There has to be a limit, no matter how much he messes around. The number of noble artifacts and the pitch-black magic mist that can heal the body. I really hope that this is just a nightmare. Unfortunately, this is not a nightmare. Wu Yin waved his hand. All of the pitch-black iron sand swords immediately disintegrated and surged into the air, forming pitch-black precious artifacts. From now on, don't act on your own. Let's work together. Join forces? Badget frowned. Then he nodded. But if that's the case, we can't be sure if we can defeat this monster. Who should the rank card belong to? But now isn't the time to think about the card. I agree. Of course, we have no objections. Chuju and Mikoto answered without hesitation. Ah. The moment the four of them decided to work together, Archer roared angrily. The black mud around him churned even more violently. Although he wasn't sure if it was because the archer had lost his mind and turned into a dark spirit that the gate of Babylon became like this, there was no doubt that the archer's noble gear was taken out from the gate of Babylon. The black mist of magic could also heal the body of an archer, even if it was a fatal wound to the heart. As mentioned before, this archer couldn't be defeated, couldn't be killed, and even more likely couldn't be defeated. But now, I have no choice but to attack. Wu Yan's body surged with an astonishing amount of magic power, which rushed out in all directions like a storm. At the same time, Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry's hand, and a cold light flashed across the crystal-like sword like a waterfall. Then, she dashed towards the archer. Ah! Seeing Chuju dashing towards it, the archer roared angrily. Its body that was twisted like black mud rose up, and the surrounding black mud shook like an earthquake. It rolled behind the archer and formed a swamp. Immediately after, in the pitch-black swamp, the treasures were like lotus flowers that were not stained by the mud. They separated the sticky black mud and shot towards the incoming daisies, creating a sonic boom as they fiercely collided with the daisies. Huh! At the back, Mikoto let out a delicate shout. Her entire body exploded with blue and white lightning. All of it gathered in her hands, forming a ray of light. With a wave of her hand, Mikoto shot out, heavily colliding with the incoming treasures. Clang! When the two of them collided, the sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew in the air. However, the archer's noble phantasm was indeed deflected by the dense blue and white lightning. It brushed past Anajika's body and shot to both sides. Ah! If in response to the archer's cry, the pitch-black mist of mana bounced in the air, and with a whoosh, it turned into a blurry shadow of a whip and lashed out at Hinajiku, who was charging at him. Facing the dark magic fog, Chuju seemed to be more relaxed than when she was facing the noble gear. She didn't panic at all. Her footsteps were light and straightforward. It was as if she was skating on ice. Every time she slid, she would be able to dodge the whip by a hair's breadth. Her speed didn't decrease at all as she continued to rush forward. Looking at the Hinajiku that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed, the archer slightly lowered his voice. Behind him, the turbid black mud swamp rolled up. It seemed like it wanted to shoot out a noble artifact again. However, Kacha, the black mud vortex behind the archer and the black mud on standby around the archer all made the same sound. That was because on top of the black mud, a layer of hard ice suddenly spread out and slowly engulfed the black mud and froze it. The archer's twisted body trembled. It raised its head and looked forward. At the back of everyone, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were emitting a terrifying light. His body surged with magical power and turned into a white frost. It was unknown when the frost wrapped around the black mud and froze it. That was the ice-controlling ability of the Enchantress of Azure Ice. The archer, who had lost his mind, couldn't understand the current situation. His movements were all stiff. So, at this time, Hinajiku successfully arrived in front of Archer. White Cherry in her hand slashed the space in front of her, drawing 2 sword slashes, and suddenly flashed on Archer's body. Poochie! Poochie! 2 ripping sounds echoed clearly in the mirror world. 2 turbid black arms flew into the sky and landed on the ground, turning into pure black mud. Chuju wasn't sure if the archer could feel pain, but she didn't give the archer a chance to react. Her White Cherry drew a 3rd arc in the air and struck the archer from the bottom up. Poochie! Whoosh. Then, another air-piercing sound came from behind the archer. Shortly after, a green fist with a majestic force landed squarely on the back of the archer. Bang! After receiving such a heavy blow, even if the archer didn't die, his turbid body was still sent flying. At the same time, an orange beam of light shot straight at the archer's face, aiming straight at his face. Boom! Following the explosion, the super railgun landed on the archer's body at 0 distance without any deviation, causing a fiery explosion in midair. In an instant, black dirt flew out from the flames and scattered in all directions. It dripped onto the ground, causing a burst of smoke to rise from the ground. Wu Yin, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget, who had a perfect teamwork, felt their hearts skip a beat as they looked at the corner of the sky that was covered in flames. Chapter 1546. Did you win? No one cared who asked this question. That was because everyone else also had the same question in their hearts. Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget didn't feel the slightest bit of joy as they looked at the sky that was covered in flames and residual electricity. Although everyone wanted to take out the archer that way, if it was that easy, the 4 of them wouldn't have needed to work together. And the truth was just as everyone had expected. When the flames dissipated along with the wind and waves, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an incomparably huge object. It was a giant shield that looked like a stone statue without a head and limbs, with only a torso left. Its entire body was irregularly round, and its surface was engraved with patterns that resembled wings. However, he estimated that this huge shield was at least 10 meters tall and about the same width. It was a genuine huge shield. Needless to say, this must also be an archer's precious artifact. He even has a defensive relic? Bajit's face turned ugly. How many relics does this hero spirit have? Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto didn't answer. Instead, they stared at the shield with the same solemn expression. The shield slowly dissipated like dust and disappeared into the void. It should have returned to the gate of Babylon. Behind a shield, Archer, whose hands and chest had been cut off by Hinajiku, had fully recovered from the fatal wound on his chest. His dark face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Archer let out a sharp whistle from his throat and stared at Wu Yin with his non-existent eyes. Even the strongest heroic spirit in the legends, the oldest king, was only left with his instincts. However, with this little bit of instinct, it was still possible to distinguish who was the most harmful existence to him. The legendary hero king's strength wasn't that great. Among all the heroic spirits, although it was impossible to say that any one of them would be able to defeat the archer, the heroic spirits ranked at the top would still be able to defeat the archer. It wasn't that difficult. The real reason why the archer could claim the title of the strongest heroic spirit was because of the archer's inexhaustible treasure vault. Without the treasures of the gate of Babylon and the treasures inside, the ancient king was just a heroic spirit that could barely be considered a first-rate hero spirit. Therefore, Wu Yin, who had just frozen the entrance of his precious artifact, was undoubtedly the greatest threat to Archer. Archer, who was only left with his instincts, chose to attack Wu Yin without hesitation. Ding, 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 ding. Then, the sound of light collisions, like the ringing of silver bells, reverberated from the turbid black mud and entered everyone's ears. The muddy black mud rise up into the air like a tidal wave. It smelled like a sticky iron sand wave. Dozens of chains that were dozens of meters long suddenly shot out from the muddy black mud. They pierced through the air and shot towards Wu Yin. That's... Wu Yin frowned and waved his hand. In the space behind him, Purple magic arrays fluctuated, and light clashing sounds reverberated. Immediately afterward, the commandment lock, which was glowing with a purple light, rushed out of the magic arrays and intertwined with the incoming chains like a spider web. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. However, we didn't only have the discipline lock. Nagisa, Agurola, lend me your power again. Muttering in a voice that only he could hear, Wu Yin raised his hands as if he was hugging a ball. His 5 fingers were facing each other. Then, a vast amount of magic power surged out, and it turned into icy air under the influence of a mystical power. It swirled around Wu Yan's palm, and it formed a sphere. Grabbing the cold sphere in his hand, he tossed it into the air. Bang! The ball exploded the moment it was in the air. It exploded into tiny ice particles that fell on the black mud that controlled the archer's noble artifact. Under such circumstances, any black mud that came into contact with the ice particles would be frozen bit by the hard ice. Suddenly, the archer let out a mournful roar. As soon as the roar ended, a figure appeared directly above its head. Her yellow-green pupils glinted coldly. The white cherry sword in her hand glinted coldly. Hinajiku thrusted her sword forward, slicing through the atmosphere without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword pierced through one of the archer's eyeballs. Pfff, a crisp tearing sound was heard, and the murky black mud also burst out like a black rain, exploding in all directions. Under such a heavy attack, the archer was furious. It opened its mouth and roared. With a roar, the archer extended his hand into the space, causing black ripples and black mud-like objects to splatter in all directions. Not far away, Wien had a bad feeling about this, and he yelled at Hinajiku, "Chuju, come back." Unfortunately, it was a little too late. In the muddy water, the archer seemed to have caught something and pulled out a huge scythe. Pfff. In the next second, the archer grinned sinisterly and swung his scythe. The blood energy scythe, attached to the scythe, slashed through the air like a flash of red lightning, heading straight for Hinajiku, who had a slightly changed expression. "Careful!" Seeing the blood-red scythe flying towards Chuju, Mikoto cried out. From the energy scythe, Mikoto could clearly feel the power it contained. No matter who was hit by it, it wouldn't be easy. Wu Yin was the first to notice the danger of the energy scythe. Naturally, he wouldn't let Chuju get hit by it. He didn't have time to say anything and use space transfer. Leaving behind an afterimage, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Chuju. Explode. Facing the powerful energy scythe, Wu Yan's body erupted with a strange power. What kind of strange power is this? No one at the scene knows. Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget only knew that when they came back to their senses, the world in front of them was covered by a blood-red light. One dense blood light suddenly appeared and unreasonably occupied the entire mirror realm, illuminating every corner of the mirror realm. The blood-red light is thick. It's as thick as real blood. However, looking at this bloody light that was no different from blood, no one present felt a chill down their spines. Instead, they felt that this bloody light contained a mysterious and charming aura. Bam. Then, such a muffled sound suddenly rang out. He saw that the energy scythe that was previously filled with terrifying power directly trembled in the air and exploded into light spots that scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Mikoto was stunned, Badget was stunned, and even the archer with the giant scythe seemed to be stunned. No one reacted. What's going on? At the same time, the thick, mysterious blood-red light in the air gradually dimmed. It didn't take long for the situation inside to be revealed. There, Hinajiku was holding white cherry in her hand, her body unharmed, without a single scratch. In front of Chuju, Wu Yin is standing there. No, he's standing there in the air. His hand is stretched out and clenched into a fist. It's like he's holding something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are a lot redder than usual. There's even a hint of arrogance in them. It was only now that Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget realized that something was wrong. On Wu Yan's back, there's a pair of bat-like wings, but they're extremely broken, It's like a part of the wings was intentionally torn off. Chapter 1547. At this moment, the entire mirror world seemed to be dyed red. The space was slightly distorted, the air was getting thicker and thicker, plus the blood-red color. It gave people the feeling of being in a sea of blood. And the person who ruled this sea of blood was the figure that left the ground and floated in the air. It was still the same black clothes, the same outfit, but the pair of deep wine-red eyes that were usually reflected in the depths were now almost crimson red. The depth disappeared and was replaced by an oppressive aura of bloodiness and madness. A pair of pitch-black wings that looked like bat wings undulated slightly behind him, as if he was bathing in a sea of blood. The surface of the wings was tattered and looked somewhat unbearable to look at, but it also seemed to be the way it should be. It added to the oppressive feeling of arrogance. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Bajit's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Her face was full of shock. Death Apostle, yes. Although this form wasn't 100% similar, Bajit, as the designated executor of the seal, saw the oppressive aura of blood. It wasn't the first time she saw it. It was exactly the same as those death apostles who have been drinking human blood to increase the number of their companions. Even if the appearance was different, the feeling wouldn't lie. The man in front of her who suddenly changed is definitely a dangerous person. At least, that's what Bajit thought. Yin. As for Chuju and Mikoto, seeing this form of Wu Yin, she felt a bit relieved. Compared to the normal Wu Yin, the Wu Yin in front of her at most had a darker color in his eyes and a pair of broken wings on his back. It wasn't a big deal. But Chuju and Mikoto, who were familiar with Wu Yin, knew. The current Wu Yin could already use a dangerous ability that would make anyone tremble in fear. Bajit's feeling. It was an illusion. Second, Red Jade mode. Looking up, Wu Yin's scarlet eyes looked straight at the archer. Activate. Surrounded by pitch-black mist of magic and surrounded by pitch-black mud, the archer held an energy scythe in his hand. He roared at Wu Yin. That voice was exactly the same as before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was something else in this roar that was exactly the same as before. A little hesitation, or rather, a little fear. The archer's beast-like roar sounded like a bluff now. He stared straight at the archer who was roaring at him. A bloody light flashed in Wu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. He stretched out his hand, and a scarlet ball of light flickered on his palm. It flew into the air and turned into a huge scarlet net that was dozens of meters wide. Go, Wu Yan mumbled. He waved his hand, and a crimson net descended from the sky. It enveloped the archer's murky black body. The sudden restraint caused the archer to go crazy. He started to struggle without caring about the consequences. However, if the archer used his noble phantasm, he might be able to cut the net open. However, with its own strength, no matter how much it struggled, the huge net was like a maggot in its bones, firmly adhering to its muddy body and firmly trapping it. Wu Yan's crimson eyes narrowed into a happy arc when he saw this. It was a subconscious emotion. He's not sure if it's due to the influence of Flandre-chan or the owner of the Red Jade mode. Wu Yin felt like he's getting a bit more violent. Driven by such feelings, Wu Yin flicked his finger. The forbidden cranberry trap. As his voice faded, a row of dazzling light bullets appeared in the air in front of Wu Yin. They extended and turned into light vines that descended from the sky. Then, like whips, the vines landed on the archer's body with a shrill cry. Thud. Amidst the miserable howls of the archer, a terrifying impact landed on the archer's body, causing the archer to go crazy. From the black mud around him, an ice-cold chain was flung out, turning into a black shadow as it lashed forward. Seeing this, Wu Yin stretched out his hand again and flicked his finger. This time, only one light bullet was ejected. The light bullets were the same as the previous ones, transforming into the shape of vines. They swept down like lightning and collided with the archer's chain. Bam! The vine-shaped whip of light collided with the archer's chain in midair. Like two cannonballs crashing into each other, smoke and fire burst into the air. Through the smoke and fire, Wu Yin fixed his gaze on the roaring archer. Once again, he stretched out his hand, but this time Wu Yan's hand formed a claw, as if he's grabbing the archer's body. Very tightly, a grip, bam! In the next moment, the archer's roar came to a halt. His body suddenly swelled up, and with a muffled sound, he exploded into a cloud of black mud. Amidst the splattered black mud, a card floated above the archer's original position. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. The king of heroes, who was known as the strongest heroic spirit, was crushed in the blink of an eye. Why? Badget's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She was stunned. We did it! Chuju and Mikoto were overjoyed. Phew! Wu Yan's expression also relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief. As expected, even a peak Tier 8 powerhouse was not enough to look directly at the eye of an existence, transfer thy into one's hand, and crush it to destroy everything in its path. Flandre Chan's ability is indeed a cheat when compared to other combatants of the same tier. This time, the archer shouldn't be able to repair his body, right? After all, he's already crushed to pieces. Arg, just as this thought flashed through their minds, a familiar roar echoed in everyone's mind. The four of them turned pale. They tried their best to look forward. Almost at the same time, the black mist in front of them began to swirl and converge towards a certain direction. That direction was where the archer card was supposed to be. The tornado-like dark magic fog gradually disappeared into the archer's rank card at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it became thinner. And where the card was, a layer of turbid black mud slowly emerged, as if there was a spring in the sewer. That's Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget shuddered. It's still not dead? Wu Yin sighed helplessly. It's not that simple, huh? Of course, no matter how difficult it was, the black, filthy soil that was wriggling and emitting a disgusting smell wouldn't tell anyone. Amidst a series of strange noises, the squirming black mud stacked on top of the archer, rank hard and covered it up, forming a human figure. A while later, the archer returned to the battlefield without a single scratch on his body. Arg, it's still the same roar. However, when they heard that roar, everyone's hearts sank. Chapter 1548. It can't be defeated. It can't be killed. Thanks to Flandre Chan's Ruby mode, Wu Yin can defeat the archer by himself. However, the archer's body is being repaired by the Man of Mist. Even if he can defeat the archer, he won't be able to defeat the archer. Wu Yin finally understood the feeling of helplessness that Badget felt when she faced him. He also understood the feeling of those who treated the true ancestors and undead creatures as their opponents. Tough. Too tough. Don't think that you'll be fine. Wu Yan's scarlet eyes glinted in anger. He raised his palm and reached for the archer. Even the true ancestors can be killed. I don't believe that a heroic spirit like you, who doesn't even have the body of a wolf, can keep resurrecting. Then, as if to vent his anger, a strange wave of energy started to take effect on his palm. It's like he's holding an invisible black hole that's sucking in something. I doubt. The archer was trying to get something out of his prized treasure vault, but one of them needed to take it. The other needed to grab it. It was obvious who was faster. Too slow. Along with this sentence, the hand emitting a strange wave of energy clenched tightly. Bam! Just like what happened before, the archer didn't even have time to react. As soon as the hand clenched, the archer's body swelled and exploded. Similarly, the surroundings. The black magical mist. Once again, they gathered at the archer's original location. It's not over yet. Looking at the archer who is still in a humanoid form, Wu Yin reached out with both of his hands. The archer is surrounded by a dark mist of magic power. He aimed at the ball of mud at the center of the magic vortex. He clenched his hand continuously. Bam! 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 Instantly, in the entire space of the mirror world, the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The explosions turned into echoes in the not-so-spacious basement like firecrackers. Badgett looked at Wu Yin, who kept clenching his fists at the void. Every time he clenched his fists, the archer would explode. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. If Wu Yin didn't use the legendary magic spear that could kill in one shot, but this move that could make the opponent explode, Badgett would have no chance of winning. After all, no matter how proficient Badgett was in using the flagellac, she still needed a very short time to prepare. And no matter how short the preparation time was, it would be shorter than the speed of a person clenching his hand. At that time, if Wu Yin used this ability, Badgett wouldn't even have time to use the flagellac before she exploded and died. Badgett's resurrection rune wouldn't work against this kind of power that could make the opponent explode. Badgett's resurrection rune magic was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, but it couldn't be resurrected under any circumstances. For example, if Badgett's head was chopped off, the resurrection rune wouldn't be able to connect her head back to her neck. Therefore, even if the resurrection rune was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, Badgett would die again in less than a second. As for her body exploding, it would be even more impossible to reverse the situation. Who the hell is this man? Badgett clenched her fists as cold sweat dripped down her face. Is there a death apostle with such a terrifying ability? Chuju and Mikoto, who heard Badgett's subconscious words, looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Didn't we already say that? Wu Yin wasn't a death apostle. Bang, after exploding the archer, Wu Yin finally stopped what he was doing. He panted as he stared at the archer's location. As usual, the pitch-black mana mist was slowly gathering there, preparing to repair the archer's destroyed body. A heroic spirit that used a class card to materialize didn't have a real body to begin with. As long as there was a class card, the dark magic fog would be able to use the class card as a medium to repair the archer's body. It must have been repaired at least 100 times, right? Wu Yin calmed himself down as he stared at the archer that was about to take shape again with the help of the dark magic mist. This is never-ending. At this moment, Wu Yin suddenly noticed something. The black mist that was healing the archers seemed to have thinned out a lot. This stunned Wu Yin for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Even if the archer could use the mana mist to heal himself and revive himself countless times, the mana mist was still a mana mist, and it was limited in the end. If he continued to repair the archers like this, he would run out sooner or later. At that time, even if the archer wanted to revive, he wouldn't be able to. Realizing this, Wu Yin's expression became better. Then, I'll finish you off as soon as possible. However, Wu Yin's plan was destined to fail. Archer, who had just repaired his torso, head, and one of his hands, while the other hand and the lower half of his body hadn't been repaired yet, let out an unprecedentedly ferocious and shrill cry. The murky black mud on his body was like boiling water, violently rippling. As if it was filled with anger, resentment, and madness, the archer let out a sharp roar. Ignoring his body that was still recovering, he extended his hand forward. The black mud under the archer's body immediately gathered under the archer's outstretched hand. Like the surface of a boiling water, traces of mud flowed out. Following that, a sword slowly rose from the black mud. It was a very strange sword. The hilt of the sword was golden in color, and the sword's end was made up of 3 silkworm-like pieces stacked together. The silkworm-like pieces unfolded on the left side of the sword's end, and they were covered with strange patterns. As for the blade, it was the strangest part. It was not sharp and flat. Instead, it was made up of 3 cylindrical rotating blades that were connected to each other. On top of the black cylindrical blade, there were lines of red lines spreading out, forming a very mysterious pattern. That's... Wu Yan's body shook when he saw the strange sword rising from the murky black mud. Could it be? What's that? Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badgett were puzzled. Soon after, The hand in front of him grasped the hilt of the strangely shaped sword. BZE! The three pitch-black cylindrical blades covered with red veins rubbed against each other in different directions as they spun rapidly. Moreover, they spun faster and faster, to the point that they emitted a sharp, screeching sound produced by the violent friction of metal, which resounded throughout the entire space. The space suddenly trembled, and bursts of red air burst out from all directions, all flowing into the gaps between the three cylindrical rotating blades, and it continued to flow. In an instant, the entire mirror realm was filled with red streams of air like a typhoon. The space trembled, the ground collapsed. Even the sky and earth screamed as if they couldn't bear the burden. Wu Yin, Chuju Mikoto, and Badget were alarmed. A deadly sense of danger rose in their hearts. Chapter 1549. At the same time, in the real world. Ever since Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget entered the mirror realm, Livia has been standing in the same spot without moving. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, waiting for the situation to unfold. Compared to Livia, Rin Inosaka looked calm on the surface, but he didn't stand there obediently. Instead, he paced back and forth in the small basement, his gaze drifting to a certain spot from time to time. That's where Wu Yin, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget used to enter the mirror world when they opened the passage to the void domain. If the four of them returned, the portal to the mirror realm would open there as well. Wu Yin and the others would return to the real world from there as well. Time passed bit by bit as Livia waited patiently and Rin Tobin paced back and forth. About half an hour has passed since Wu Yin and the others entered the mirror realm. Usually, if both sides were evenly matched in strength, it would take a long time for the battle to end. But no matter how long it took, half an hour, it was still too slow. After all, high-level battles are ever-changing. Even if the battle was slow, it wouldn't take long for the outcome to be decided. Besides, who knows if Wu Yin and the others' opponents were on par with them. Half an hour has passed, and they still haven't returned. That's a bit too long. Of course, if Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget died in the mirror realm, the portal to the void realm wouldn't open by itself. Their corpses would be sent out. That way, Rin Inbin and Livia wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Time slowly passed. It didn't slow down according to other people's moods. It just passed by mercilessly. Finally, in the unbearable silence of death, Livia took out her pocket watch. She glanced at it. She muttered, "Too slow. Maybe the opponent this time is really hard to deal with." Rin Inbin stopped in his tracks, a worried expression appearing on his face. However, with the four of them working together, there shouldn't be any problem. That's true. Livia closed her pocket watch and continued looking forward. No matter if it's that man, Chuju, or Mikoto, each of them is strong enough to fight against a heroic spirit. Coupled with Badget, who has a noble phantasm. No matter how weak they are, they won't be killed by a heroic spirit who doesn't use a noble phantasm, right? That's great. Rin Inosaka sighed. Let's hope that the opponent is just a little difficult to deal with. That's why I wasted so much time. Unfortunately, Rin Inosaka and Livia were too naive in their thinking. The opponent this time wasn't just a little difficult to deal with. Instead, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it was not only difficult to deal with, it also possessed a power that could not be ignored. Rin Inosaka and Livia didn't know what was going on in the mirror realm, but they had a bad feeling about it. Buzz, at this moment, in front of the basement, an intricate geometric pattern flickered from the ground, accompanied by a burst of colorful light, and began to rotate. They're back. Rin Inosaka and Livia's eyes lit up. They both started running towards the colorful formation. After running for a while, the two girls froze on the spot. Their relaxed expressions froze as well. This was because the group of people who had emerged from the colorful magic array were all sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Their faces were slightly pale, and they were gasping for breath. They didn't look like they just came back victorious. Furthermore, they didn't look like they just came back victorious. They were talking to each other. Are we back? While panting, Hinajika scanned her surroundings, her face slowly regaining its color. That's great. Seriously? Makoto patted her head. Her face was covered in sweat. I almost lost my life. Just now. Badget's face turned pale. She was shocked. Just now, what was that? Wu Yin, who had reverted back to his original form, stood up and forced a smile. Maybe it's hell. Rin and Osaka and Livia understood what happened after hearing this. Wu Yin, Chuju, Makoto, and Badget didn't even finish off their opponents. They took back their rank cards. They ran back. Even the four of them managed to escape back after going into battle. Livia's face darkened. Just how scary are our opponents this time? I don't know. Rin and Osaka forced a smile. I only know that our lives won't be peaceful from now on. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. It couldn't be helped. They had indeed escaped for the hands of the archers. To be more precise, they ran back from the archer's sword. Under the summoning of the archer, the sword that came out of nowhere, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget didn't recognize it, but Wu Yin knew where it came from. That sword doesn't have a name. Hero King Gilgamesh named it Obedient Parting Sword. It's also called EA. In the Hero King's Treasure of the King, there were tens of thousands of treasures. They were endless, and it was impossible to count them all. But among all the treasures, Obedient Parting Sword is the strongest. But EA's was the strongest. This was because it was a true divine artifact that was able to cut open the world in the ancient times. It was a precious artifact that could cut open the world. Of course, the real Obedient Parting Sword. Wu Yin didn't know if EA really had the power to cut open the world like the legend said. Using Obedient Parting Sword on an archer, Wu Yin didn't know if he could block EA's attack. But in the mirror world, the archer used Obedient Parting Sword. The real name EA had indeed cut open the entire mirror realm. That's right. He used Red Jade mode to suppress the archer, but the only reason he managed to escape with Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Badget is because the mirror world was sliced open. That's why, before the archer unleashed his strongest noble phantasm, Wu Yin had no choice but to bring the three girls and run back to where they came from. After all, even if he could block the attack that cut open the world and the mirror world, he wouldn't be able to survive in the mirror world that was on the verge of destruction. When the archer cut open the mirror world, he didn't even get to see the surface of the mirror and ran away in a sorry state. That's why I said a lunatic without a wolf is scary. Wu Yin sighed. Now, the archer must have been banished into the space turbulence and obliterated into nothingness. His class card must have been destroyed too, right? Yin, Chuju and Mikoto thought of the same thing and walked to Wu Yin's side. I'm fine. Wu Yin shook his head and took a deep breath when he saw the worried looks on the two girls' faces. Don't worry, I haven't given up yet. Only then did Hinajiku and Mikoto's expressions lighten up and they nodded. No matter what, Badget stood up and calmed herself down. She glanced at the others. We can't defeat a monster like that no matter how many of us there are. That's for sure. Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other and fell silent. Even though I don't know how scary this monster that even Badget thinks is a monster is, but since the four of them managed to escape together, it's not too much to draw such a conclusion. Let's go back. Badget turned around with her dusty and torn suit. As for the Flagelac cylinder, it was long lost in the mirror realm that was split into two. Everyone at the scene had an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. They silently turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the underground passage. Crack! Suddenly, such a voice reverberated in the surroundings. Crack! 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 Strange cracking sounds were heard, and everyone's footsteps were rooted to the ground. They couldn't move anymore. Chapter 1550. Bang! The group of people who had not reacted at all had just realized that something was wrong when the sound of glass shattering entered their ears. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew from behind the group of people. Like a shock wave, it spread out in an instant and hit the whole place. The sudden gust of wind caught everyone off guard. Their bodies were almost blown away. When they finally managed to stabilize themselves, they turned their heads and looked in the direction of the gust of wind. An expression of shock appeared on everyone's face. Kacha! 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 The sound of glass shattering continued. The violent wind continued to blow. In this not-so-spacious basement, the wall at the front was slowly crumbling. The shockwave was caused by the shockwave. However, the scene of glass shattering didn't happen on the wall. It happened on the space. The space at the front of the basement was gradually breaking down like a piece of glass. No, it wasn't just the space that was breaking down. Some pitch-black substance was seeping out of the broken space like water. Wah! Seeing such a scene, everyone present stood up in shock. Could it be? Wuyan raised his hand to block the incoming shockwave. He stared at the pitch-black substance seeping out of the broken space. His wine-red eyes were full of waves. It's not over yet? Bang! Under the gaze of everyone present, the shattered space once again cracked open, making the glass-like spatial crack even bigger. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole, which made people's hair stand on end. Within the pitch-black spatial crack, a pitch-black substance that resembled flowing water gradually condensed. In the end, it transformed into a turbid being, a pitch-black humanoid figure. The pitch-black humanoid monster was slowly turning a sword in its hand. The body of the sword was made up of 3 cylindrical blades covered with red veins, and the mouth of the sword opened like a cocoon. The strange-looking sword raised its head and opened its mouth. It was laughing, astonishingly. It was an archer. Job rank. Archer. It only existed in the mirror world of the imaginary domain. It used the passage of the imaginary domain to absorb mana from the earth veins. A heroic spirit that maintained its form and power came to the real world of the imaginary domain. How is this possible? Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were in disbelief. Rin and Osaka and Luvia stared at the archer in shock. What is this? A monster? Wind waves? Wuyan finally noticed. The shockwave that came out of the spatial crack was all red. Wuyan thought of something. He quickly turned his attention to the cylindrical sword in the archer's hand. Don't tell me this guy used that sword to cut open the passage from the imaginary domain to the real domain at the moment when the mirror realm was about to collapse and ran over here by himself. It's not impossible, since the precious artifact that had once been used to split the heavens and earth and cut open the world could cut open the entire mirror world. Then opening a passage between the 2 worlds was just a matter of raising one's hand. No matter what, it's still a legendary relic that can cut open the world. The truth was similar to Wu Yan's guess. At the moment when the mirror realm was about to crumble, the archer once again swung out his obedient parting sword. He cut open the passage that Wu Yan and the others used to return to the real world. Then, he came to the real world where the corrupted heroic spirits would never set foot. What kind of joke is this? As he said this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on everyone's face. Cutting open the world and coming to the real world from the other side. It's a feat that only exists in myths and legends. Most of the gods could not do it. Perhaps only the most powerful heroic spirit, the most ancient king, could do it. The archer grinned as if he was laughing. Other than Wu Yan, who jumped in front of the girls to protect them, the rest of the people could not move. Whoosh! A layer of pitch black mud suddenly rolled out from under the archer's body. From within, a huge shadow suddenly shot out and flew into the air. The shadow then stopped in midair. Everyone almost reflexively raised their heads and looked at the sky. What they saw was a huge jet-black spaceship that looked like a fighter jet. This pitch-black flying ship was also a precious artifact. Bang! Archer stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, landing on the pitch-black spaceship. Like the sound of bugle horn under the roar of the archer, the pitch-black spaceship shook violently and turned around. It turned into a black shadow and shot towards the entrance of the underground tunnel above the surface. It wants to go to the ground? Rin and Osaka exclaimed in shock. You must be lying, right? Luvia panicked and lost her head out of fear. A darkened spirit who had lost its wolf ran to the densely populated Fuyuki City. There was no doubt that Fuyuki City would suffer the bloodiest massacre and become a complete hell. Moreover, it was the most basic principle of magic to not let magic be exposed to the public. If such a monster were to run into the densely populated real world, it would definitely become the culprit that exposed the mystery of magic. No matter how you look at it, you can't let this spirit enter Fuyuki City. You guys! Wu Yin stepped forward when he understood the situation. Put your hands on my shoulders. Hearing this, the girls were stunned. Chuju and Mikoto were the first to react. They seemed to know what Wu Yin was going to do. Without hesitation, they put their hands on Wu Yan's shoulders. Rin Inbin and Luvia seemed to have noticed something as well and immediately put their hands on his shoulders. Bajet hesitated for a moment, but she was also a decisive person. She reached out her hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Soon after, the six of them disappeared from the messy basement as if they had merged with the space amidst a wave of delicate magic energy. Fuyuki City, beach, bang, in a loud explosion. The entrance of the underground tunnel surrounding the construction wall exploded. A pitch-black shadow shot out from the entrance of the underground tunnel and soared into the starry night sky. A spatial ripple suddenly spread out from the beach around the underground tunnel entrance. By the time it dissipated, a couple of figures had already appeared at this place. Where's that monster? Rin Inbin didn't see the power of the archer, but he didn't hesitate to call him monster. One can only imagine what kind of impression the archer has in Rin Inbin's mind. He was able to force back Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Bajet. He even broke through the mirror realm and came to this world. There, beside them, Luvia quickly scanned her surroundings. Her eyes stopped abruptly in midair, and she pointed upwards. Then, everyone saw what happened next. In the sky above the beach, a dark spaceship was circling around for a bit before flying towards a certain direction. That's Fuyuki City's downtown area. Quick, stop it! Rin Inbin and Luvia yelled at the same time. Wu Yan's eyes flashed. He turned around and teleported again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the archer on the dark spaceship. The archer felt a hand pressing on his head. Then he lost consciousness. Under the watchful eyes of the people below, the pitch-black spaceship suddenly disappeared in mid-air without a trace. Chapter 1551. On the surface of the sea, the waves were not turbulent, nor were they loud and powerful. They only maintained an extremely small wave as they surged towards the beach not far away. The surface of the sea could not be considered calm, but neither could it be considered surging. It could only be considered rather tranquil. However, this tranquility was soon broken mercilessly. Boom! In the sky above the sea, a pitch-black spaceship suddenly appeared here without warning, and under the impact of violent magic, it fell straight into the sea like a falling plane. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a huge splash was created on the quiet surface of the sea, where a huge object was thrown into. Then, the water dripped back down to the surface of the sea. Bang! However, before the splashes could return to the surface of the sea, a violent shockwave erupted from the place where the black spaceship fell, blowing away the surrounding water and creating an even larger splash. Then, a black archer jumped out from the sea and landed on the surface of the sea. At the place where the archer stepped on, a layer of murky black mud spread out and polluted a small part of the clear sea. It was like a stepping board, becoming the archer's foothold. He raised his head and looked at the floating figure in the air. The archer who knocked him into the water let out an angry and grudgeful cry. Under the archer's body, the murky black mud that was spreading on the surface of the sea responded to the archer's roar and started to shake rapidly. In the air, Wu Yin was also aware of the violent black mud. Immediately, he clenched his fist, and a wave of demonic energy gushed out from his hand. The demonic energy in his body was being frantically extracted at this moment, gathering in his hand as if it was free. As the mana in his body surged out and poured into his hand, Lin Yun's mana continuously poured into his hand. The mana flowing through Wu Yan's body gradually became warmer. It continued to climb. When the mana flow stopped abruptly, the mana flowing from Wu Yan's body was like steam rising into the sky. The heat that leaked out, it caused the surrounding atmosphere to become distorted. Look down. Kieran looked at the archer who was stepping on the surface of the sea. The murky mud under the archer's body was splashing mud everywhere. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing fear in people's hearts. Argahar, the archer raised his head. His pitch-black face was filled with malevolence and insanity. With a shout, a giant sword came out of the boiling black mud, and it shot towards Wu Yan. That is a real huge sword. Its length is at least 40 to 50 meters, and its width is at least 2 to 3 meters. It's a huge sword comparable to the height of a skyscraper. Show! A sharp sonic boom cut through the air like a beam of light. The huge sword was like a mountain falling from the sky, bringing with it a scalp-numbing gust of wind. It dragged a long shadow as it shot into the air. Titan's hand awakened. Looking at the approaching huge sword, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he felt the wind coming from above. The mana on his body exploded, and the steam turned into a whirlpool, dyeing it a fiery red color. The fiery red whirlpool floated high in the air. After a moment, it suddenly trembled, and a huge fiery red arm that was not inferior to the huge sword suddenly emerged from the fiery red whirlpool. That posture was like a giant that had awakened from a volcano and was about to come out of the volcano. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. Go! With a cold shout, Wu Yin waved his hand, and the huge fiery red arm immediately imitated Wu Yan's movement. With the fiery red whirlpool as a fulcrum, it violently swung it. The giant sword and the giant arm were both extremely terrifying attacks. Like a storm, huge waves were set off on the surface of the sea. A gust of wind blew against the atmosphere. In the end, like two meteorites, they violently collided with each other. Bang! At the moment of contact, a thunderous noise and shock waves were set off like the sea below, setting off stormy waves and exploding in mid-air. Below, the surface of the sea also seemed to have been sunk by a mountain. Shocking waves swept up and surged in all directions. During the impact, the waves covered the sky, and even the full moon hanging high in the night sky was covered at this moment. After nearly 10 minutes, it gradually dissipated. From this momentum, it could be seen that if the previous two attacks had exploded in the city center of Fuyuki City, many buildings would have been blown away in a very short time, or even raze Fuyuki City to the ground. Such a terrifying destructive power was rarely seen even in a decisive battle between heroic spirit experts. As the shock waves that permeated the air slowly dissipated, the figures of the two people who were covered by the wind and waves also slowly appeared. At this time, the archer was a little better. Although his dark body was a little messy, at least he wasn't hurt. On the other hand, Wu Yin, who was hovering in the air, had a pale face. Even his aura had been greatly reduced in the previous collision. It was obvious that the archer had the upper hand in the clash just now. Phew! In the air, Wu Yin let out a deep breath, allowing his body to recover freely. His face automatically returned to normal, and he looked at the archer who was shouting excitedly below. Sure enough, without using the ruby mode, it's more or less difficult to fight the Narcissus King alone. In fact, after the revived Titan's hand and the greatsword were in a deadlock for a while, the greatsword cut it in half. The greatsword didn't slow down in the slightest as it sliced through the wind and reached Wu Yin. Wu Yin, who was about to be crushed into pieces, took out the fantasy killer from his gate of Babylon in time to nullify the greatsword that is a noble artifact. That's how he managed to avoid the fate of being crushed into pieces. Of course, when he took out the fantasy killer, Wu Yan's flying skill and mana were almost destroyed. Therefore, after destroying the great sword, Wu Yan immediately threw it back into the gate of Babylon. Normal means are not enough to deal with a narcissist king. Looking at the archer on the sea, Wu Yan made this judgment on the spot. The legendary hero king in front of him, with the help of the extravagant fighting style of the nouveau riche, is definitely the strongest peak of Tier 8 that Wu Yan has seen so far. Now that he is limited to level 75, if he does not use the Ruby mode and use his trump card, Wu Yan will not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. But since we're here, there's no need to hide anymore. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a golden light, and then his eyes turned into a bright golden color. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for escaping from that cage that was so easy to break. After saying that, Wu Yan mobilized the mana in his body and transferred it all to one of his hands. In an instant, the arm that had absorbed the vast amount of mana seemed to have been cooked. A stream of air was emitted from it, and it turned pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It then climbed up the blood-red veins. The next moment, the stream of air emitted from the pitch-black arm turned into a blood-red mist. The archer's roar came to an abrupt end. As if it was stuck in his throat, he could not make a sound. He could only squeeze out a few low growls. It seems that the archer instincts told him that his life was in danger. Without any hesitation, the archer let out a sharp cry, and a strangely familiar-looking sword slowly floated out from the black mud below him. Obedient parting sword? EA! The previously surging waves seemed to have been flattened by a big hand. It was dead silent. In the space, all the wind and waves have disappeared between heaven and earth. A sense of oppression pervaded the air, proving that the next collision will be extraordinary. Chapter 1552. In the past, there were many restrictions when fighting the heroic spirits in the Mirror Realm. In the beginning, there were still many heroic spirits left in the Mirror Realm. Although it wasn't as big as Fuyuki City, it wasn't too far off. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan still had many trump cards that could flatten the Mirror Realm. However, he could still use them if he was careful. But later on, the space of the Mirror World became pitifully small. Because of this, many powerful ultimate moves were restricted by the small void domain and could not be used. Among other things, Wu Yan couldn't use his familiars. The familiars of the primogenitor were unbelievably destructive, even if their abilities weren't taken into account. If they were allowed to do as they pleased, it wouldn't be difficult for them to raze an entire country to the ground. Unleashing it in the Mirror Realm was simply pushing the Mirror Realm towards destruction. It was also because of this reason that when fighting against the heroic spirits who had lost their rationality could disregard the existence of the Mirror World and their own life and death and use the powerful relic without any hesitation. Even the archer dared to use the good parting sword? EA. However, Wu Yan couldn't bring about his own destruction. He could only endure. But now, the archer had come to the real world of the real number domain. Was there still a need to be patient? Let me see. An extremely soft voice echoed in the air. The blood-red mist in the corner of the night sky became abnormally dense. The noble artifact that once cut open the world. Can it cut open my familiar? Amidst the soft murmurs, the blood-red mist rolled slightly and rose and fell. Suddenly, it turned into a white flame. Descend. White dragon's burning flame. Heaven and earth suddenly went silent. Boom! The white flame seemed to have been accumulating power for a long time. It was like a reservoir that suddenly opened. It suddenly expanded in the air and turned the night sky into a sea of white flames. Within the sea of white flames, an elegant white dragon slowly emerged from the curtain of flames. Its entire body was white as snow. It looked like a noble sage as it gently undulated. Oh, a pair of eyes slowly opened. The only thing that was different from the color of the dragon's eyes was exposed to the sea of white flames. The elegant white dragon raised its head and let out a long dragon roar. Immediately after, the white sea of fire around him surged into the white dragon's body, completely exposing the elegant white dragon to the air. The fur on its body fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly temperament. It was exceptionally attractive. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that the white fur on the body of the elegant white dragon was fluttering in the wind. In fact, they were all made up of white flames, causing the white dragon's body to flash with bright white light from time to time. Staring at the white dragon that appeared in midair, the archer roared ferociously. Holding the obedient sword in his hand, the archer roared. The cylindrical blade of EA suddenly started to spin. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Streams of scarlet wind gushed out of the space like a torrent that had found a vent and entered the good separation sword. The cylindrical blade of EA revolved around it, spinning at an extremely fast speed. It was spinning around the good separation sword. The scarlet red wind on the sword was like a ferocious beast, bringing along a roar that others could not hear. As it rotated, it caused the surrounding space to distort, and even caused the space to tremble as if it was unable to bear the burden. The scarlet wind was still sweeping across the sky, bringing with it a terrifying wind. While the space was being distorted, it kept gushing towards the good separation sword, the blade of EA's sword. Looking at the scene from afar, Wu Yan's dazzling golden eyes were filled with a burning desire to battle. Among all the relics in each world, which one was the most powerful? Nobody could come to this conclusion. This was because apart from the power of a relic, there were all sorts of abilities and effects. It was impossible to tell which was the most powerful. However, if one were to look at the power of a relic without looking at the abilities and effects of a relic, then the good separation sword. The power of EA's sword was definitely the most powerful relic among all the relics in the world. Which of his familiars would be more powerful after their levels were suppressed? Or the relic that had sliced open the world? Now, it was time to determine the winner. Let's go. Filled with fighting spirit, Wu Yan waved his ghostly hand. White dragon's burning flame. Wu! The elegant white dragon's blue eyes glinted fiercely. Amidst the dragon's roar, a dazzling white flame burst out from its body and covered its entire body. Then, white dragon's scorching flame took a step back, flapped its wings, and dove down toward the archer with white flames all over its body. However, as the archer roared, the good separation sword, EA's good separation sword, the sword trembled heavily, causing the space to tremble along with it. A majestic scarlet gust of wind burst out from the sword. Arc! The archer roared again and thrust the good separation sword, EA's good separation sword. It stabbed the archer fiercely. Woo! For a moment, the good separation sword, the cylindrical blade that was rotating paused. Then, amidst the trembling of the space, a scarlet tornado burst out with a chi sound, gradually expanding and shooting out. Under the swirling of the red tornado, every gust of red wind turned into the most terrifying sharp blade, cutting the space cleanly. Suddenly, wherever the tornado passed by, the space was like a piece of land that had been plowed through. A pitch-black spatial fault was formed. Woo! The white dragon, whose entire body was covered in white flames, raised its head and let out a long roar. Without the slightest bit of fear, it flapped its wings, and like a white meteor falling from the sky, it charged fiercely towards the incoming scarlet tornado. The distance between the two was closed in an instant. Then, the two terrifying attacks that could burn mountains and boil seas collided with each other. Dong! In the sky, it was like a star had exploded. The center of the explosion was flashing with intense white light. A circle of terrifying shockwave formed in a circular shape and shook the surroundings. From a certain point, the shockwave suddenly exploded. Like a punctured balloon, the abnormally violent shockwave filled the sky. A dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky. The shockwave violently attacked. An ear-shattering sound, it brought along an extremely terrifying storm as it rushed down from the sky. Wherever the storm passed, the space trembled. The terrifying shockwave covered an area of almost 100 meters in an instant. At the center of the shockwave, the white dragon that was covered in white flames and the scarlet tornado collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Arg. The archer held the good separation sword. EA's good separation sword. As he roared furiously, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Good separation sword. The sword spun even more fiercely, supporting the power of the scarlet tornado. Whoa! The white dragon's burning flame that carried the white flames was supported by the dragon's roar and magic that was continuously flowing into his body. It was like a white meteor that kept colliding with the tornado. Not long after, the scarlet tornado that collided with the white dragon, which was able to cut through space and create spatial rifts, gradually evaporated under the burning of the white flames. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, the crimson tornado that had once cut open the world was completely burned into nothingness under the cover of a spreading white sea of fire. Chi! The elegant white dragon passed through the sea of white flames and gradually evaporated the scarlet tornado. Its speed didn't decrease at all. Along with the archer's roar, the white dragon landed on the archer's body. At the last moment, the archer seemed to have squeezed out a few words in his own roar. In the next second, the white dragon's burning flame engulfed the archer's body. Bang! At the center of the sea, a sea of white flames suddenly appeared and spread across the surface of the sea. The sea seemed to have become its fuel, allowing it to slowly expand. The sky and the sea, two similarly boundless existences, reflected each other's radiance. At the same time, the sea of white flames burned like two sides of a mirror. The scene was so spectacular that it made one's heart surge. Chapter 1553. Bang! By the time Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Inosuka, Wuxia, and Badget arrived at the beach closest to the scene of the battle, a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The astonishingly loud noise shook the eardrums of the group of girls, causing their minds to go blank. They even felt dizzy, and their consciousness was shaken away by the loud noise for a short period of time. When the group of young ladies finally recovered from their dizziness and regained consciousness, the scene in front of them left them stunned on the spot, unable to react for a long time. The originally calm sea became turbulent, as if it was in a stormy weather. Even the color of the water's surface was dark. On the turbulent and dark sea surface, a vast white sea of fire was slowly burning, as if the sea water was used as fuel. Not only did it not show any signs of dissipating, but it was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the sky, a sea of fire of the same color is spreading. It's a stark contrast to the sea of fire on the surface of the sea, like two sides of a mirror. The only difference was that below the white sea of fire in the sky, there was a ferocious wound carved on the surface of the sea of fire. Indeed, it's a wound from the space. It was as if a huge piece of glass had been forcefully smashed by something. A jagged fault appeared, spreading from a corner of the sea all the way up. It only stopped abruptly when it reached the bottom of the sea of fire in the sky. It was pitch black inside. That's the obedient separation sword, a spatial fault created by the EA, a crack in the world. It's obvious that the obedient separation sword, does EA really have the ability to cut the world in half? However, to be able to cut the world and create a rift in the space, this is a fact. Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Inbin, Wuxia, and Badget still didn't know what that terrifying world fissure was for the time being. However, the white sea of fire covering the sky, and sea, even Badget has seen it once. It's impossible for the other girls to not recognize it. Is it over there? Chuju asked in a hurry. I wonder how the battle is going. That bastard. Mikoto clenched her fist in frustration. It's clear that everyone should have attacked together, but you actually took the enemy away by yourself. Don't you know that others will be worried? At that time, I couldn't consider so much. Livia shook her head. If we don't stop that monster and let it enter the city, we'll really be done for. He must have used some sort of teleportation magic to transfer himself, the enemy, and the flying relic to the sea. Rin Inosaka gritted his teeth, his green eyes flickering with uncertainty. I wonder what the situation will be like after we reach the sea. From an objective point of view, it must be very bad. Badgett stared at the sea of fire covering the sky and the sea and the hideous wound from the world and said in a deep voice, "After all, the opponent's relic is almost endless. Even if that man really has immortality, there is no guarantee that the opponent's relic will not be able to deal with immortality. After all, it is still very dangerous to be alone." That's enough. Hinajiku couldn't help but shout. Enough with the sarcasm. Let's go and meet up with Yin first. But we're on the sea, Livia said in a troubled tone. There are no boats or helicopters here. How are we going to get there? I can control the iron sand to wrap around my body and use it to fly over, Makoto quickly said. How about I go and meet up with Yin first? No. On the side, Rin Inosaka pointed at the white sea of fire and the ferocious world crack without hesitation and retorted, Do you really want to enter that place alone? Makoto didn't know what to say to that. No matter what, it is a flame that can burn time. It is comparable to mystical magic. If she really went in, the flame would not let her go just because she knows its master. Not to mention, there is also the obedient parting sword. If she was not careful and fell into the fissure, she would be torn apart by the turbulence of space. But if she had to watch Wu Yin fight with such a terrifying monster, even though she believed in Wu Yin, she would still be unwilling to do so. Then what should we do? Makoto couldn't think of a way out, so she became impatient. We can't go. We cannot go either. What should we do? Just stand here and watch? Other than that, what else can we do? Rin Inosaka's voice was filled with anxiety. If we don't think a way to deal with the white flame, we can't even get close to it, right? Aren't you two companions with that man? Livia looked at Chuju and Makoto. Can't you think of a way to deal with the white flame? Even if you put it that way. Hinajiko looked helpless. We can't do anything about that flame either. Just as Chuju, Makoto, Rin Inbin, and Livia were about to start arguing, Badgett suddenly pointed at the sea and spoke. Look over there. The girls froze for a moment and looked at the sea in the direction Badgett was pointing at. It didn't take long for all the girls to notice something. There's a figure floating on the sea, being pushed by the waves like a rootless duckweed. It's floating towards them. Seeing the figure drifting along with the waves towards the beach, Hinajiku and Makoto were the first to cry out in surprise. Yin! It's Wu Yin! However, Wu Yin's eyes were closed. His face was pale, and his body was moving along with the waves. His body didn't move at all. It's obvious that Wu Yin has lost consciousness. Yin, realizing this, Hinajiku and Makoto jumped into the water without a second thought and ran towards Wu Yan's direction. Rin Inbin and Livia finally reacted and immediately followed after him. Badgett also silently followed after them. When the five of them reached the waist of the water, they saw Wu Yin floating towards them. Chuju and Makoto quickly carried Wu Yin out of the water. Yin! Yin! Makoto anxiously patted Wu Yan's pale face. Wake up! Wake up! He's fine. Rin Inbin, who placed a hand on Wu Yan's chest, calmed down. His heartbeat is still there. He doesn't seem to be injured. He's probably just unconscious. Where's the enemy? Badgett glanced at the unconscious Wu Yin, who was lying in Hinajiku and Makoto's arms. She then looked at the sea. Where's the enemy? Rin Inbin and Livia tensed up when they heard Badgett's words. They looked around cautiously. Even though he didn't know what had happened, it was possible that the dark and heroic spirit was still around. Chuju, while Rin Inbin, Livia, and Badgett were on high alert, Makoto suddenly pulled Hinajiku and lowered her voice. Look! Yan's hand. Chuju froze. She looked at Wu Yan's hand and froze. The reason for that was because that hand was tightly holding onto a card. On the front of the card, there was a picture of an archer with an arrow knocked on it, and below it was the word Archer. Archer, Archer, class card. The card that was originally in Mikoto's body is now in Wu Yan's hand. No, it's more accurate to say there's an identical card in Wu Yan's hand. Needless to say, that could only be the second Archer class card. Up until now, everyone was still working together to fight against the monster-like blackened hero spirit that had escaped from the mirror realm. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Chuju took the Archer class card from Wu Yan's hand and put it in her pocket. Badget was responsible for retrieving the Archer card in Mikoto's body. If Badget saw the Archer rank card in Wu Yan's hand, she's bound to think that this card belonged to the Dark Spirit. She's bound to be suspicious of Wu Yan's identity. After all, Badget didn't know that there was an 8th card. She always thought that the hero spirit she was fighting was the one materialized from the 7th card. So, just in case, it's better not to let Badget see my Archer rank card. RS. Chapter 1555. You're saying you defeated the darkened heroic spirit? In the living room, Mikoto, Rin Inosaka, and Wuxia came to ask about the battle last night. She was shocked when she heard what Wu Yan said. You really defeated it? Do I have to lie to you? Wu Yan shook his head. He took out a class card and showed it to Badget. Look, I've already retrieved the class card. Badget frowned when she saw the class card in Wu Yan's hand. Rin Inosaka and Wuxia had a weird expression on their faces. That's because the card that Wu Yan took out has a picture of a berserk warrior holding a greatsword in his hand. Needless to say, it was the Berserker class card. Rin Inbin, Wuxia, Ilya, and Mio were the witnesses to the recycling of this class card. Therefore, Rin Inosaka and Wuxia were sure that the class card in front of them wasn't the same as the darkened heroic spirit from last night. Of course, this was because Rin Dosaka and Wuxia had subconsciously assumed that the 8th card was different from the 7 cards that they had collected earlier. If they knew that the class card Wu Yan retrieved last night was the Archer class card, Rin Inosaka and Wuxia would be shocked as well. Berserker, huh? Badget's frown loosened as she stared at the class card in Wu Yan's hand. She nodded. It really is the same as the monster from last night. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Inosaka, and Wuxia looked at each other when they heard what Badget said. They nodded with a bitter smile. Although he knew in his heart that the darkened hero spirit from last night was not a berserker, he had to say it out loud. Badget's words were also very convincing. That kind of monster was indeed extremely compatible with a berserker. Compared to the original berserker, it was even more fitting. Until now, many people still remember the scene of the archer breaking out of the virtual domain's mirror realm and arriving at the real domain's real world. That scene was deeply engraved in the hearts of many girls. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them berserkers. If we didn't know that Gilgamesh was only an archer and didn't meet the requirements to become a berserker, he might have thought so too. After all, a berserker has the right to become a berserker. Only a berserker who went berserk in battle would be qualified. A heroic spirit that hasn't gone berserk in battle cannot become a berserker. While Wu Yan was speechless, Badget opened her mouth and said something. In other words, all the class cards are in your hands, right? Hearing that, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Only then did the girls remember. The battle maniac in front of them wasn't their companion. He was their competitor. At the same time, he came to Fuyuki City to get the class cards. He was sent by the Magic Association. Thinking up to this point, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Inbin, and Wuxia started to look at Badget with hostility. Their delicate bodies also tensed up, preparing to deal with Badget's attack at any time. Don't think Badget can't do it. As long as it doesn't violate the principle of not exposing magic in front of ordinary people, Badget can do almost anything to complete the mission. Wu Yan is the only one with a calm smile on his face. He waved his hand. All 7 class cards appeared in his hand. As you can see, all the class cards are in my hands. Do you want to rob me? Badget stared at Wu Yin with a sharp glint in her eyes. The girls standing behind Wu Yin were also shocked. Rin Inbin and Luvia put gems on their fingers. Logically speaking, since they belong to the Magic Association, they should be helping Bajit. Unfortunately, not only did Badget have nothing to do with the department that Rin Tozaka and Luvia belonged to, but the higher-ups in the department even went against Zelrich in order to get a rank card. How could the two magician girls stand on Badget's side? As for Chuju and Mikoto, although they were cautious, they weren't as serious as when they faced Bajit. As for the reason, it was extremely simple. Goei Chuju, level 80. Misaka Mikoto, level 82. The second part of the Demigod Path quest has been completed. The restriction bracelets on their wrists have been removed. Chuju and Mikoto have returned to rank 9. Bajit can no longer defeat Chuju and Mikoto. As for Wu Yin, there's no need to talk about him. Level 89, peak of rank 9. At this level, he won't be able to find a match in the entire world. He wasn't afraid of Bajit when he was level 75. Why should he hide his strength from her now? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hei might be targeted, Wu Yin wouldn't have taken out the Berserker card to trick Bajit. Of course, Bajit didn't know about this. She just stared at Wu Yin without saying a word. Her sharp eyes began to waver. The entire place was silent and depressing. After a long time, sigh. Bajit sighed and turned around. She walked towards the door. What's wrong? Wu Yin couldn't help but say something. Aren't you going to steal the cards? With my power, I won't be able to take those cards from you. Bajit stopped and glanced at Wu Yin. But I won't give up. If I can't do it openly, I'll do it in the dark. I hope you won't let your guard down. After that, Badget walked out of the hall without looking back. Is it okay to let her go? His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the hall as he spoke in a deep voice. Bajit wasn't joking. With her personality, she might really do it in the dark. Aren't you worried that there's a threat lurking in the dark? I need a chance to worry about it. Wu Yan's expression became slightly helpless. He looked at Rin Inbin and hesitated for a moment. Then he said something that made Rin Inbin tremble. I came to Fuyuki City to get the 7 cards. Now that the cards have been collected, it's time for me to leave. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something falling on the floor could be heard from the direction of the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. At the entrance of the hall, Meiyu was standing there. A bag of fruits, which should have been in Meiyu's hand, fell on the ground in front of her. Meiyu didn't care about the fruit on the ground. She looked at Wu Yin with eyes that could break anyone's heart. Her face was full of disbelief, followed by deep sadness. Obviously, Meiyu had heard everything that was said just now. Meiyu. Wu Yin was shocked. Meiyu took a step back. Her orange eyes were filled with tears, and they quickly fell to the ground. With a sad expression, she turned around and ran away without looking back. Wu Yin panicked when he saw this. This was the first time he saw a strong girl like Meiyu cry. What are you doing? Luvia panicked and shouted at Wu Yin. Hurry up and chase after her. What about me? Luvia raised her voice. Don't you know what kind of position you have in that child's heart? Go after her. Go after her. Rin Inbin took a deep breath and turned around. He didn't look at Wu Yin. If you don't go after her, with that child's personality, she might not be able to open her heart for the rest of her life. Hearing that, Wu Yin finally reacted from the fact that Meiyu was crying. He stood up. Chuju, Mikoto, I'll leave this place to you. Chuju and Mikoto knew that now is not the time to hesitate. They nodded and let Wu Yin calm down. Immediately, he chased after Meiyu and rushed out of the hall. The only thing left in the hall was a heavier and more oppressive atmosphere than when Bajit was here. Chapter 1556. Bang! The entrance door was violently opened. The sound reverberated in the night air and gradually spread out. Inside the door, a petite figure rushed out, bringing along a trail of sparkling and translucent liquid, sprinkling down in the dark night. The petite girl ignored him and rushed to the side of the iron gate. She pulled open the iron gate and began to run in the quiet night street as fast as she could. As for where the direction she was running towards, The petite girl had no idea at all. She just wanted to get away from the scene as fast as she could, the farther the better. Not long after the petite girl ran out of the street, another figure rushed out from the entrance door. He stood there and looked around. Then he saw the petite girl running to the other side of the street. Wu Yan didn't use spatial magic. His speed was comparable to lightning, but Wu Yan didn't use this inhuman speed. Instead, he chased after her at a normal running speed. Mei Yu, who was running in front, seemed to have heard Wu Yan's voice. Her small heart trembled and her footsteps slowed. In fact, Mei Yu didn't want to stop at all. But for some reason, after hearing Wu Yan's voice, Mei Yu couldn't run anymore. She couldn't even move her feet. It was as if she was rooted to the ground and didn't move at all. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan easily caught up to her. He slowed down when he was about 5 meters away from her. Looking at the petite girl's slender back, he slowly walked over. The petite girl had her back facing Wu Yan as they walked on a dark street in the residential area. She left Wu Yan with her back. Wu Yan slowly approached. Then, a voice as soft as a mosquito's sounded. Why? The voice was very low, but the sadness and sadness contained in it were clearly felt by Wu Yan. He couldn't help but stop. He gazed at the petite figure that had her back to him from the beginning. Wu Yan stopped 2 or 3 meters away. Deep helplessness appeared in his wine-red eyes. Mei Yu, maybe you misunderstood. Misunderstood? Mei Yu lowered her head, but still didn't turn around. In other words, Brother Wu Yan doesn't really want to leave, right? Hearing this, Wu Yan was silent. He silently expressed the truth that Mei Yu didn't want to know. Why? Mei Yu's voice seemed to be squeezed out. It made one's heart ache. Why leave? Mei Yu, Wu Yan's mouth slightly opened. He shook his head. You know that I'm not from here? Isn't it good to stay here? Mei Yu sounded like she was sobbing. Her voice was hoarse. Brother Wu don't want to stay here at all? I've been in Fuyuki City for 2 months, but I don't think it's bad. In fact, I think it's pretty good. Wu Yan looked at Mei Yu's back and answered. So, if you ask me if I don't want to stay here at all, the answer is of course no. Then why do you want to leave? Wu Yan clearly saw something on Mei Yu's face. It was dripping. I don't want you to leave at all. Hearing this sentence, Wu Yan felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. As Livius said, he really didn't know that he already occupied such an important position in Mei Yu's heart. Mei Yu was originally a strong, steady, introverted, and inflexible little girl. In this world, to be able to shake her heart and make someone like her, who did not know how to express her feelings, shed tears, it was definitely an important event that was comparable to life. No, with Mei Yu's character, maybe. She wouldn't feel even the slightest bit of sadness when her own life faded away. The only thing that can make her sad is something more important than Mei Yu's life. At least, for Mei Yu, it must be so. This is also the reason why Wu Yan was so moved when he saw Mei Yu's tears. Not only because Wu Yan can't bear to see girls cry, but also because he knows Mei Yu. He knows that she's not the type to shed tears easily. In this case, one can imagine how big of an impact Wu Yan's departure is to Mei Yu. However, Wu Yan can't stay in only one dungeon world to live. At least not now. Listen to me, Mei Yu. After weighing the words in his heart, Wu Yan said softly, I said you misunderstood. Although I will leave, it doesn't mean I won't come back. It won't be long before we meet again. Indeed, no matter how long Wu Yan leaves magical girl Ilia's world, as long as Wu Yan Summoner is not here, the time in this world will be frozen forever. For Mei Yu, if Wu Yan returns to this world, the separation will only last for a second. Even if he doesn't return to this world, Wu Yan can still summon Mei Yu and make her his summoner. In that case, the separation will also last for a second. However, for Mei Yu, it's not a matter of time. But Brother Wu Yan, you'll still leave, won't you? Mei Yu's voice was filled with emotions like never before. She expressed her inner emotions and increased her volume so that her voice could enter Wu Yan's ears. You said you'll be my support. You said you'll let me bear the painful past and live happily. It's because of Brother Wu Yan that I can say from the bottom of my heart that I'm happy that night. But why? This time, Mei Yu's voice was filled with sadness. Why did you leave? Mei Yu, I don't have any family. I don't have any friends. Even now, the only friends I have are Ilya and Blackie. The only family I have here is Luvia. Meiyu's back is facing Wu Yan. She kept using her words to hammer at Wu Yan's heart. In the past, I had an older brother, but now he's no longer by my side. There have never been so many people who cared about me. Coming here and getting to know Ilya, Luvia, and Xiaohei, I'm very happy. I'm really happy. I can finally have people who value me. But among these people, the most important one is the one who once gave me support, who once gave me happiness, who once gave me the meaning of life. Meiyu held back her sobs. Her voice was extremely hoarse. That person is you, Brother Wu Yan. Brother Wu Yan. Meiyu abruptly turned around and rushed forward. She threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. In just a short moment, she wet the front of Wu Yan's clothes. Please, I beg you, don't go, Meiyu. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He really did not expect that his position in Meiyu's heart would be so important. He also did not expect that Meiyu would rely on him so much. Looking at Meiyu, who was grabbing his clothes tightly with her slender hands and her extremely thin shoulders that were constantly twitching, Wu Yan almost decided to stay in this world forever. Unfortunately, Meiyu, squatting down, Wu Yan embraced the petite girl in front of him. I'm sorry. Even if it's just for a moment, I have no choice but to leave you at this moment. Meiyu's twitching shoulders trembled violently. In an instant, Wu Yan felt that the girl's body temperature in his embrace seemed to be dropping at a despairing speed. He could not help but hug Meiyu tightly. In the place I'm about to go back, there are also people who rely on me like you. They think I'm the most important person, and they are waiting for me to bring them happiness. I can't be that selfish. I can't let one person suffer for the sake of another's happiness. That's why I can only keep searching for a way to make everyone happy. However, if I don't have the ability to do so, then I would be selfish. Wu Yan shook his head. So, Meiyu, even if it's just for a little while, can you please wait for me for a little while? Lying in Wu Yan's arms, Meiyu did not speak, but her twitching shoulders stopped. Only the hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes kept tightening. Then she said this. Are those people important to Wu Yanji? Very important. Wu Yan answered without hesitation. In this world, no, in all the worlds, they are definitely the most important. There is no one else who can compare. Meiyu's hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes tightened. Then what about me? It's the same. Wu Yan smiled and whispered softly in Meiyu's ear. No one is more important than you. Meiyu's hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes finally loosened a lot. Under the moonlight, two figures, one big and one small, tightly hugged each other, as if forever. Chapter 1557. Elle leave? The next day, in the main hall, the girls once again gathered around the dining table. All sorts of luxurious dishes were placed on the dining table. But this time, not a single one of them extended their chopsticks to the table. That was something that couldn't be helped. After all, just as the girls were about to start eating, Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the table, announced his plan in front of everyone. Leave. It was a simple word, but it stunned many of the young girls. The atmosphere in the main hall dropped to a rather heavy level. The girls all had different expressions on their faces. Luvia, who knew about it earlier, remained silent. Rin and Osaka, who also knew about it earlier, had a very complicated expression. Mio lowered her head. Although her orange eyes were somewhat depressed, they no longer had the heart-wrenching sadness from last night. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with a helpless expression. As for Ilya and Blackie, who didn't know about this matter last night, they were dumbfounded. Their eyes were also filled with bewilderment. I don't agree. Their confusion didn't last for long. When it dissipated, Xiaohei slapped the table and stood up without thinking. Big brother, you're joking, right? Xiaohei's amber eyes stared at Wu Yan. She forced out a smile. This isn't funny at all. That's right. Ilya also stood up. Her delicate little face was filled with bewilderment. She looked like she was about to cry. Elle leave? Even if it's you, big brother, I won't forgive you for making such a joke. Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, He looked at Ilya and Xiaohe with his wine-red eyes. His eyes were calm. Big brother. Seeing those calm eyes, Ilya and Xiaohe finally realized that this was not a joke. More or less, panic appeared on their faces. Why do we have to leave? This time, it was Xiaohe who shouted first. Instead, it was Ilya who shouted. Isn't it good to stay here? Compared to Ilya, who was only now excited. Little Hay seemed to want to create a sharp contrast with him. The emotions on his face disappeared, and he regained his composure. He asked, "Is it because of the rank card? The reason I came to Fuyuki City is to get the 7 rank cards." Wu Yin sighed, and he took out the 7 rank cards. Now that I've gotten all 7 cards and completed my mission, it's time for me to continue my journey. Journey? It wasn't only Ilya and Blackie who reacted. Rin Inbun, Mio, and Livia also raised their heads and looked at Wu Yin. My mission is not only to obtain the 7 rank cards. There will be various other tasks in the future. I need to go to every place and complete them. Facing the gazes of the girls, Wu Yin shrugged his shoulders as if he was relaxed. I don't know when it will end, so calling it a journey is more or less the same. Hearing this, the girls all looked at each other in dismay. Obtaining the 7 rank cards is only a part of the mission? What part of the mission? Who is the one who issued the mission? Even the class card that the Association of Mages was helpless against was only one part of the mission. Then, what else did he need to do for this mission? Where do I have to go to do it? These questions flashed through every girl's mind at the same time. After having these questions, the girls realized that they didn't know anything about Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto. Where did they come from? What is their true identity? Was there someone standing behind them and arranging tasks for them? Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie didn't know any of this. What's even more unbelievable is that Wu Yin, despite not knowing about any of this, has already occupied a large space in the hearts of many of the girls. Isn't this unbelievable? Similarly, without knowing anything, the girls couldn't judge whether Wu Yan's mission was good or bad, and whether they should support him or not. Therefore, they were speechless at Wu Yan. Do you have to leave? In the end, Xiaohe channeled all of his emotions into this one sentence. He stared at Wu Yan without letting go. If Big Brother leaves, I won't be able to live. This wasn't an exaggeration. Little Black needed someone to provide him with magic power to maintain his existence. If he lost the support of magic power, Little Black would directly disappear. Currently, it was Wu Yin who provided her with mana. If Wu Yin leaves, Blackie would have to find a way to obtain mana from others. But if that's the case, other people's mana wouldn't be as good, as Wu Yan's, and Blackie would have to absorb mana from countless people to maintain her existence. If she absorbs mana from ordinary people, it would cause them to go into shock due to excessive mana consumption. In serious cases, their life force would be converted into mana and absorbed by Blackie. Therefore, if possible, Blackie doesn't want to absorb mana from ordinary people. But if she absorbs mana from magicians, would Rin and Osaka and Livia agree? Would Ilya and Mio agree? If all 4 of them don't agree, is Blackie supposed to find Badget? Then, Blackie would rather disappear by herself. That's why Blackie wouldn't be able to live without Wu Yin. Although it's more or less an exaggeration, it can't be said to be false. All right, can you all stop looking at me with such a heavy expression? Wu Yin bitterly smiled when he saw the heavy and complicated expressions on the girls' faces. Right now, I can't explain my situation to you all. All you need to know is that I won't be gone for long. Won't be gone for long? Ilya was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked, "How long will it be?" Well, Wu Yin scratched his cheeks and shrugged. "Perhaps I'll be back tomorrow." Tomorrow? The group of girls were all stunned. Blackie even exclaimed in surprise. "So soon? How long do you think it will take?" Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie. "Do you all think that this separation will be forever?" But, Ilya said with uncertainty, "Big Brother, didn't you just say that you have a lot of missions to complete?" But, like I said, I won't be able to explain my situation to you guys." Wu Yan hesitated for a bit, as if he's thinking about how he should explain himself. In the end, he had no choice but to say this out loud. "All in all you need to know is that the next time we meet, it won't be long." Hearing this, whether it was Ilya, Blackie, Mio, Rin Tasaka, or even Luvia, their expressions became much better. "It's a promise." Ilya jumped off her chair and ran to Wu Yan. She extended her pinky. "You can't lie. Since when did I lie to you?" Wu Yan smiled and scratched Ilya's little nose. Ilya was embarrassed. Then he extended his pinky and hooked it with Ilya's. "I've promised all of you that it won't be too long before we meet again." Ilya immediately revealed an incomparably adorable smile, causing Xianxia to be incomparably envious. He ran over while shouting, "Me too. I also want to make a promise with Big Brother." After saying that, he didn't care about Ilya's reaction and squeezed her away, causing her to almost fall. "Yuwa." Ilya quickly stabilized herself and glared at Blackie. "You despicable person." Blackie stuck out her tongue at Ilya and made a funny face. She hooked her little finger around Wu Yan's little finger. This made Ilya even angrier. She pounced on Blackie and started messing around with her. Seeing this scene, the rest of the girls smiled. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, another small pinky hooked Wu Yan's pinky. It was Mio's pinky who came to Wu Yan's side and stared at Wu Yan. "It's a promise," staring at Mio's serious and determined orange eyes. Wu Yan sighed and smiled. "Yes, it's a promise." Chapter 1558. Since Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto are about to leave Fuyuki City, the girls decided to hold a farewell party. Although it's called a farewell party, it's actually just a banquet at Livia's house. Moreover, all the dishes used in the banquet must be prepared by Wu Yan himself. The reason is because Wu Yan's cooking is too delicious. As a result, one of the main characters of this farewell party became the chef who prepared the food and drink for the young ladies. Moreover, it's for an entire day. Fortunately, Ilya, Mio, and Xiaohei happened to be on holiday, so that they didn't need to go to class today. This farewell party was very lively in the Eiderfeldt's living room. Chuju and Mikoto also seemed to have blended in, chatting and laughing with everyone. Even Mio, who usually works as a maid and has always been very calm, chatted with Chuju and Mikoto happily. This scene, for those who know Mio, might be a bit unbelievable, right? But it's very cute. The other girls were pretty much the same. Ilya and Xiaohei seemed to be very reluctant to part. During the entire farewell party, they stayed by Wu Yan's side for the first half of the time. When the sky was almost dark, they went to find Chuju and Mikoto to talk before parting. Luvia, on the other hand, sat in her seat the whole time, elegantly drinking black tea, eating and chatting with others from time to time. She didn't appear to be too friendly. That's natural. Among all the girls, if there's one. If there's one girl who has the worst relationship with Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, then it's definitely Luvia. After all, other than when Luvia and Wu Yan came to collect cards, they never interacted with her. Other than that, there's almost no chance for them to meet. Not to mention, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were the main culprits who ruined Luvia's grand plan to become his disciple. The fact that they were willing to provide the venue and financial support for this farewell party was already quite magnanimous of them. However, there was also one person present who was unusually silent. The entire farewell party ended. He hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences. Rin silently drank the drink in her hand. She glanced at everyone around her. After making sure no one noticed her, she stood up from her seat and quietly left the venue. However, Rin and Osaka didn't know. From the beginning to the end, there was one person who had been paying attention to her. Rin and Osaka pushed open the door and walked out of the mansion into the courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The night sky was still bright, stars dotted the sky, and the full moon was like the leader of all the stars. It was located in the middle of the stars, as if it had transformed into one of the stars. It was also the largest star. Together with the surrounding stars, it emitted a gentle light. Sigh. Rin and Osaka looked at the beautiful night sky and sighed deeply. I really shouldn't have come. This sentence was sincere, but also a lie. She came here to attend the farewell party for Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto. Rin and Osaka didn't want to go at all, even though she didn't say it out loud. Rin and Osaka knew that she didn't want that person to leave. That's why. Rin and Osaka didn't want to attend the farewell party from the bottom of her heart. The sentence, "I really shouldn't have come," was definitely sincere, but even though she thought so, if she didn't come, Rin and Osaka's heart would feel empty. Thus, the sentence, "I really shouldn't have come," was another lie. Damn it. Rin and Osaka's conflicted thoughts made her kick a pebble that landed on the ground. Why do I have to worry so much about that guy? That guy is an enemy, isn't he? Not only did he stop me from becoming his disciple, he also stole my first kiss and forced a kiss on me every time. What a jerk. It's best if that guy leaves. Damn it. Every time he spoke, Rin would kick a pebble next to his feet. He wanted to kick away the frustration and depression in his heart along with the pebbles. However, as the pebbles flew out, Rin Tozaka didn't feel any satisfaction. Instead, he became even more frustrated. In fact, Rin Inbin knew that this day would come sooner or later. He didn't foresee the departure of Wu Yin and company, rather. He foresaw his own departure. Rin in Osaka is the candidate for chairman of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower. Regardless of whether or not she manages to retrieve all her cards and successfully become Zelrich's disciple, she must return to the Magic Association headquarters in London. Because of this, Rin in Osaka was mentally prepared to part with the people here at any time. However, Rin in Osaka didn't expect that in the end, not only would she be the first to leave, it would be the person she cared about the most. Rin in Osaka laughed self-deprecatingly. "We've only known each other for less than 2 months. I can't believe I'm feeling this way. It's so unlike me." Her self-deprecating words were met with a mocking response. "You didn't argue with Wuxia. You didn't cause a ruckus in that kind of place. It's so unlike you." Rin in Osaka took out a frozen drink from behind her and stuck it to her face. "What?" The sudden voice and the cold touch on his cheek made Rin Hasaka jump up. He turned his head and looked behind him. Then, since the day before, or rather, since yesterday, Rin in Osaka saw the person who had been causing his heart to be unable to calm down. "You're here alone. Try to observe the stars." Wu Yin threw the frozen drink at Rin in Osaka with a half-smile on his face. "It's also not like you to do something like this." Rin Osaka gasped when he saw the canned drink flying toward his face. He hastily caught it before glaring at Wu Yin. "What are you doing? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?" Wu Yin smirked. He stood next to Rin in Osaka and looked up at the night sky. "You've already written 'I have something on my mind' on your face. Why don't you come out to check on the situation?" "Who has something on my mind?" Rin turned his head away. He didn't even look at Wu Yin. Who knows if he's trying to hide his expression or if he really doesn't want to see Wu Yin. His sullen voice echoed around the area. "Why did you come out? Aren't you worried about those clingy little guys?" Don't worry. I'm not like you. I didn't even greet anyone before I came out." Wu Yin glanced at Rin as he casually replied. "Don't you need someone to accompany you?" Of course. Rin in Osaka said without hesitation. "I'm the chairman of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower, the current head of the in Osaka family. Do you think I'm afraid of being lonely?" "I don't know if you're afraid of being lonely or not." Wu Yin chuckled. "But I don't think anyone told you that you'll show it on your face when you're upset, right?" Rin in Osaka opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to refute, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he hesitated for a while before saying this. "Where are you guys going?" Wu Yin slowly retracted his smile, and he looked up at the night sky. "To a place you'll never expect." "A place I'll never expect?" Rin in Osaka sneered. "Although I can't say that there are no places that I can't think of, there are only a handful of them. If you go to such a place, can you still be so confident that you can come back in a short time?" "Maybe not for me." Wu Yin shook his head. "But for all of you, this period of time will definitely not be too long. Don't be so secretive. Can't you just tell me?" Rin in Osaka was furious. Do you think it's fun to be so secretive all the time? Oh, Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, and he laughed out loud. You want to know my secret? Why don't you try and find it yourself? Wu Yin waved his hand and returned to the mansion. Rin in Osaka clenched his teeth as he looked at Wu Yan's back. How infuriating. Rin in Osaka didn't realize that the frustration in his heart had unknowingly disappeared. Chapter 1559. The sky was clear, the clouds were untainted, the mountains were moist, the wind was warm. At the top of the azure sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles, not even a wisp of cloud. It was as if all colors had been filtered out. The few remaining thin white clouds seemed to have been melted by the sun and slowly dissipated with the wind, causing the sky to sparkle magnificently. The sun and fresh air shrouded the land. Sometimes, the sun would walk into the few clouds that were about to dissipate. The light would shine through the clouds and onto the rivers and seas of Fuyuki City. Sometimes, there would be dark clouds floating in the sky. The clouds were so thick that when the sun came out, it was impossible to see it. But the rays of the sun in the clouds penetrated the encirclement and set the clouds with a glittering rim of gold. Soon after, the sun slowly rushed out from the clouds and appeared in the sky. It even dyed the dark clouds golden, causing them to dissipate as if they had melted. At this time, it wasn't only the sun, the clouds, and the sea that were shining. Even the land was bright. The weather was so clear. Looking from the window, the transparent blue sky looked like a silk handkerchief. Inside the window, two girls were busy with cleaning utensils. The two girls had been in this state since they woke up in the morning, standing in the middle of the hall. Wu Yin looked at Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were wearing aprons and busying themselves around. His expression is somewhat helpless. Okay, do you have to be like this? If you have time to be sarcastic, why don't you come and help? Mikoto wiped the sweat off her forehead. She held a broom with one hand and put the other on her waist. Can't you see how busy we are? Just a little bit more. Chuja didn't look back. She was tidying up the kitchen. Once this is done, the cleaning is done. So, even if you do a cleaning, so what? Wu Yin was speechless. When we leave, time will freeze in this world. When we come back, this house will still be the same as when we left. Do we need to do this before we leave? That's true. Mikoto looked around. He sighed. After all, we've been living here for 1 or 2 months, and we've been living quite well. Don't clean this place up. There will be a knot in my heart. Anyway, if we have the chance to come back again, she would continue to live here, wouldn't she? Chuju glanced at Wu Yin. When you come back and see a clean house, you'll be in a good mood, right? But if I remember correctly, Wu Yin covered his forehead with one hand and pointed out a cruel fact with a headache. These places. Since you woke up in the morning, you've tidied everything inside and out 3 times, right? 3 times? Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at each other and said awkwardly, Is there really that much? How much do you think it is? Wu Yin felt like bubbles were coming out of his throat. I was woken up at 5 in the morning by the 2 of you. You said you wanted to clean the room and dry the sheets, but the room has been cleaned at least 3 times. As for the blankets, one of you said you'd bring them back after drying them, and the other took them out to dry again. You've dried the blankets inside and out 8 times. Ah! Mikoto scratched her head and laughed. Now that you mention it, I think I have some recollection. What's the matter? Shuju puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away. We have feelings for this place, and we don't want to leave. Actually, instead of saying they didn't want to leave this house, it was more accurate to say that Shuju and Mikoto didn't want to leave the house for the past 2 months. Although they had to fight in the mirror realm of the imaginary number region at night, and have fought with Rin Inbin, Luvia, Mio, and Ilya, Blackie, and Badget, other than that, the 2 girls' days here were very ordinary. Ever since they followed Wu Yin to the Spalier world, the 2 girls didn't have a normal life in the Spalier world. Besides, even if there were battles, Rin Inbin's group, rank cards, Badget, and many other problems, Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto worked together to solve these problems. The 2 girls felt like they were back to the time when the 3 of them were the only ones exploring the world. It's understandable that they didn't want to leave. Of course, now that they have so many companions, Chuju and Mikoto weren't unhappy at all. Now that the base in the Behemoth Forest has been completed, the capital of alternate generations has become the home of the Summoners and the Misaka sisters. If nothing major happened, they could just stay in the capital of alternate generations and live a normal life, and they would still be able to visit the girls. Until now, the happy life that the girls have been praying for finally took shape with the completion of the capital of alternate generations. Now, all they need is a guarantee, and they can continue living like this. That guarantee, needless to say, is to have the power to deal with all accidents and protect their happy life and home. With that thought in mind, Chuju and Mikoto turned their eyes to Wu Yin. Their eyes were filled with gentleness. In order to find the power to protect everything, Wu Yin has been wandering between the Spalier world and the various dungeon worlds to increase his strength. Now, all he needs to do is complete the Demigod Path quest and reach the level of Pinnacle Demigod, and Wu Yin will become a Pinnacle Demigod. He will become the strongest in the Spalier world in the truest sense of the word. Under these conditions, plus the fact that the system still has S-rank equipment and mythical armaments that can provide the power of God, Wu Yin can exchange for the S-rank equipment and obtain the power of God. When that happens, with the help of the power of God, Wu Yin will have the chance to become a true God-tier expert. When that time comes, a truly peaceful and happy life will befall everyone living in the capital of alternate generations. In order to welcome the arrival of that day, Chuju and Mikoto swore to themselves that they won't fall too far behind the most important person in front of them. No matter how reluctant I am, it has to end here. Wu Yin, who was oblivious to Chuju and Mikoto's determination, looked around and sighed. If this goes on, there will be no end to it, all right. Chuju and Mikoto snapped out of their daze and reluctantly put down the cleaning tools in their hands. They untied their aprons and folded them carefully before coming to Wu Yan's side. By the way, aren't you going to say goodbye to the children? Mikoto wrinkled her nose. Because you're leaving, the children are quite affected, aren't they? Yes, that's why they're children. Wu Yan's expression was helpless. I already said I won't be leaving for long. But that's cute too. Chuju couldn't help but smile. Why don't you summon them to the Spalier world as well? Even if we go back, I'll continue with the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yin shook his head. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as leaving the children in a foreign world? That's true. That's true. Mikoto nodded in agreement. In a foreign world, you won't be by my side. Even if we won't be apart for long due to the time ratio, it still won't feel good. That's why I'll wait until the Demigod Path mission is over and I've ascended to Demigod Pinnacle before we talk about this. Wu Yin shrugged. Before that, let's be apart for a second. What about Rin Inbin and Livia? Chuju glanced at Wu Yin. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Forget it. Wu Yin hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I've already said everything that needs to be said. After we leave, the time in this world will freeze. Instead of parting with sadness, it's better to wait for the next reunion. Oh? Mikoto raised an eyebrow. You're already interested in having them as your summons? Of course not. Wu Yin chuckled and mumbled. At least not all of them. What did you say? Nothing. Stepping forward, he arrived in front of Hinajiku and Mikoto before looking at the two girls. Well then, let's go back. The two girls nodded. In the hall, the three figures disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. Chapter 1560. Spalier World, Behemoth Forest. Ever since the birth of the Beast King and the demonic beast rampage, no one has entered this natural treasure trove of the Spalier World. In order to prevent the innocent warriors and magicians from being destroyed by the demonic beasts, Alu, Bruba, and Fea empires have set up camps near the Behemoth Forest. Only after passing through the camp's management and gaining the approval of the camp's person in charge could they enter the giant beast forest with a specific purpose and be dispatched. Hunting demonic beasts in the Behemoth Forest is also a way to get the resources needed for the Spalier World's market to operate normally. If it weren't for this reason, Perhaps the camp's mission would only be to guard the behemoth forest and prevent the demonic beast from coming out. However, even if the camps send teams into the behemoth forest every day, the number of people in the behemoth forest has decreased. In the past, they could enter and leave as they please. Now, they need to organize teams to enter the behemoth forest. In the past, there were more people entering the behemoth forest. Under these circumstances, no one knows that in the behemoth forest, where both danger and opportunity exist at the same time, there is something that others can't see. If someone can see the abnormality in this area, then they can see that around the area, there's a transparent barrier that ripples like water. It is a semicircle that covers more than 80% of the area. Inside this semicircular transparent barrier that covered more than 80% of the open space, there was a fortress that was located within it. The steel-like walls, which were at least 100 meters tall, spread out to both sides, forming a circle that surrounded everything in the fortress. Inside the fortress, tall buildings stood in great numbers. However, they were of different types and styles. They were orderly, but they also seemed to be uneven. It is like a strange city where buildings from different eras are gathered together. In this city where buildings of different styles, types, and tastes are gathered together, there are also those with short brown hair and brown eyes, delicate face and slender body. They look exactly the same. Girls with a lack of expression are living their lives. Some are staying in their homes. Some are walking outside on the streets. Some are enjoying their daily lives. Some of them were working as shop owners. There were also people wearing the same uniform, with an armband embroidered with the word patrol on their arms, walking up and down the streets. Apart from the identical looks and figures, this was simply a living city. As for the Misaka sisters, they were just like normal girls, living a leisurely and ordinary life. This is the current capital of alternate eras. At the center of the capital of alternate generations, there was an inverted pyramid-shaped building with the highest height, which allowed one to have a panoramic view of the entire capital of alternate generations. The heart of alternate eras. This is where Wu Yin and his summons live. At this moment, Mikoto was standing at a window on the top floor of Generation's heart. Through the window, she looked down at the Misaka sisters who were living their lives peacefully. Her tea-colored eyes were actually red. This is great. This is great. Wu Yin and Chuju, who were standing behind Mikoto, are also looking at the scene below. They saw Mikoto's excited expression and smiled gently. They can understand Mikoto's feelings. Originally, the Misaka sisters were only clones. They were born as experimental subjects in the magic catalog world. They were killed by Accelerator and used by Alistair. In order to save the Misaka sisters, Mikoto had sunk into the depths of darkness and despair. Later on, even though Wu Yin gave Mikoto a glimmer of hope and saved all the sisters still couldn't be said to be completely out of danger. After all, there were too many people who coveted the existence of the Misaka sisters in the magic catalog world. There are so many conflicts in the Spalier world that in the end, the Misaka sisters picked up their weapons and joined the battle. Of course, it was more like hunting in the giant beast forest. Occasionally, they would get rid of the bugs in the giant beast forest. Compared to the life in the magic catalog world, life in the giant beast forest was like heaven to the Misaka sisters. But Mikoto doesn't want the Misaka sisters to join the battle at all, although the Misaka sisters don't care about it. The truth is that the Misaka sisters have never lived a good life since they were born. They haven't even lived a normal life. This is something Mikoto can't bear to see. It was also because of this that Mikoto was the one who put in the most effort and labor when they decided to build the base and give the Misaka sisters a place to rest. It's all for the sake of letting the Misaka sisters live a normal life without any conflicts. Unfortunately, in this world, there are endless conflicts. Without the power to protect everything, there's no such thing as a happy life. This is because there's no telling when it will be destroyed. Even now, the Misaka sisters seem to be living a normal life in the capital of alternate generations. But there's no telling when there will be a large-scale battle. Because of this, seeing the Misaka sisters living a normal life in the capital of alternate generations, Mikoto's heart was filled to the brim. She almost couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Right now, the capital of alternate generations is surrounded by Yukari's barrier and the defensive items that Wu Yin exchanged from a system. If anyone wants to invade the capital of alternate generations, they'll need at least a demigod or a large-scale army and a demonic beast army. But in the Spalier world, how many demigods are there? And how many of them have the power to form a large-scale army and a demonic beast army that can rival a demigod? Even if a demigod or a large-scale army or a demonic beast army were to invade the capital of alternate generations, they'll have to go through Wu Yin and the girls first. With Yukari, a level 96 demigod, Yin, a peak level 9 powerhouse, and a group of girls who are at least peak level 8 guarding the capital of alternate generations, who would dare to invade the capital of alternate generations. That's why Mikoto knew that if there's no accident, the scene she's witnessing right now will go on forever. Her wish to let the Misaka sisters live a normal life has finally come true. How could Mikoto not be excited? Mikoto aside, even Wu Yin and Chuju couldn't help but feel elated when they saw this scene. It made them happy and gave them a great sense of accomplishment. In order to create this scene, the children have put in a lot of effort. Yukari, who was holding a paper fan, looked at the peaceful scene below and couldn't help but smile. I still remember that when the establishment of the capital of a foreign generation was just announced, many of the sisters were seriously thinking about how they should live here. Even though there was no expression on their faces, they were looking forward to their future lives. There's no doubt about this. Life, Chuju said with some emotion. So, even if there's no need, some of the sisters are still opening shops? The things sold in those shops are all made by the sisters themselves. Yukari smiled happily. Clothes, food, decorations, and even potted plants and flowers are all made by those sisters according to their own interests and hobbies. They put them in the shop to sell. Everything you see now is presented because they decided what they want to do. Even the clothes and decorations are made by themselves. Wu Yin is a bit surprised and impressed at the same time. That's really something. When did the sisters learn to do this? Then, the things sold in those shops are also set by the sisters. Chuju asked with interest. Is the currency that my sisters use to buy things and buy raw materials for making items that need to be circulated in the market from Purple Flow? Those children don't use currency to buy and sell things. Yukari chuckled. Sometimes, they use items to exchange with each other. Sometimes, it's just a small condition like cooking a meal. There are all kinds of forms. Of course, even if they don't, when they see that their sisters really want their things, those children will also give away the things they made with their own hands. Hearing this, Hinajiku showed a look of yearning. How enviable, such a life. The way the sisters live is really attractive. There's no profit or human selfishness. They do whatever they want. Opening their own shops and making things, this was also the kind of life that his younger sisters wished for. Yukari also said that even if there's nothing to exchange for these things, the sisters will give away the things they made themselves. That's because the ones who need these things are their sisters. Isn't such a life desirable enough? Stop talking. Mikoto rubbed her eyes, wiping away all the moisture in them. She pulled Hinajika's hand and couldn't wait to start yelling. Chuju, let's go shopping together. Okay. Hinajiku agreed without hesitation. She seemed to have thought of this a long time ago. The two of them rushed out without saying goodbye. Wu Yin and Yukari didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1561. How's the mission going on your side? Yukari asked Wu Yin with an expression like she's interested in something she rarely does. It should be done, right? Well, Wu Yin scratched his head. Although there were a lot of problems in the middle, I finally completed it. It's good that you can complete it. Yukari patted the paper fan in her hand and glanced at Wu Yin. It's rare to have a shortcut that allows you to climb to the top. You have to grasp it well. I know what you're trying to say, but sometimes accidents happen. Wu Yin recalled how he almost gave up on the demigod path quest due to his archer class being stuck in Blackie's body. He sighed. The demigod path mission is indeed a rare opportunity. However, there are some things that I can't lean towards just because it's more beneficial to me when I'm truly comparing them. Oh? Yukari looked at Wu Yin in surprise. She smiled at him with a deeper meaning. Looks like you've spent a lot of effort in this dungeon world. You can even say something so profound. I'm just saying. Wu Yin shrugged. However, this demigod path mission has made me realize how difficult it is. Although there will be trouble in the second phase of the demigod path mission, it's mainly because I'm looking for trouble. No matter what, try to complete it to the end if you can. Yukari waved the paper fan in her hand casually. Since the capital of a different era is here, there won't be anything to worry about in the Spalier world. You can focus on your own mission. I've always planned to do that. When Chuju and Mikoto come back, I'll immediately depart for the third part of the demigod path mission. Wu Yin shrugged and looked at Yukari. Speaking of which, Yukari, aren't you going to a dungeon world with me? Do I look like the kind of person who would run around for something? Yukari looked at Wu Yin with a faint smile. I'm interested in other dungeon worlds as well, but compared to running around in different worlds, I prefer a leisurely life. That's not a leisurely life. You can just say that you're lazy. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Yukari. I really don't know how a lazy person like you managed to manage the Fantasy Village's barriers so well. We're just here to take care of the Fantasy Village's enchantment. Normally, the only person who would manage the enchantment is that shameless witch who hides in the shrine and plays with her own life. Yukari opened her paper fan and covered the lower half of her face. We're basically the same in the Fantasy Village. Yukari's deep purple eyes were the only thing that could be seen. The lower half of her face was covered by the paper fan. If Wu Yin didn't know Yukari well enough, he would have believed that Yukari didn't care about Xianxia. Indeed, Yukari was also very lazy when she was in the Fantasy Village. She would hide her own house and use her gap ability to peek at others. As the founder of the Fantasy Village, she did not care much about the matters in the Fantasy Village. Instead, she advocated the policy of turning a blind eye to it. However, that was mainly because the matters in the village were either trivial matters or things that would never be out of Yukari's control. If something happened in the Fantasy Village that could threaten her existence and force Yukari to take action personally, Yukari would never be careless about it. That was why Yukari was acting like it had nothing to do with her. He could just treat it as its tsundere. Are you sure you don't want to go? Wu Yin tried to tempt her with a seductive tone. Perhaps the dungeon world in the third round of the demigod path mission is Fantasy Village. By that time, I'll go to Fantasy Village and the time flow in Fantasy Village will return to normal. If something happens and you're not there, then I'll leave it to you. Yukari was unfazed. She even pushed her responsibility to Wu Yin as she casually opened her mouth. Don't you have my red jade mode? In a way, you're like me, aren't you? Huh, you're flattering me. Wu Yin sighed. Putting aside the fact that the red jade mode has a time limit, if I activate your red jade mode, I'll only be on par with you in terms of strength. How can I compare to you in other aspects? Yukari Yakumo, a sage shifter. A great shifter who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Even if Wu Yin could use the ruby mode to achieve the same level of strength as Yukari, he wouldn't dare boast that he could solve everything in the Fantasy Village. After all, there were people stronger than Yakumo Yukari in Fantasy Village. However, Yakumo Yukari was still able to manage Fantasy Village so well. This was enough to prove that not everything in Fantasy Village could be solved with power alone. With the title of Sage, Yakumo Yukari's wisdom was unquestionable. And this wisdom was the true reason why she was able to manage Fantasy Village. Strength, on the other hand, is secondary if Wu Yin were to manage the Fantasy Village. Forget it. Thinking about the endless weird happenings in Xianxia and the bunch of problem children who only know how to eat and drink without a shred of integrity, Wu Yan's head started to hurt. Well, it's not as complicated as you think. Yukari smiled as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. Even though I'm the founder of the Fantasy Village, I do have a lot of free time. In the Fantasy Village, Yukari is invincible. With her around, there's no need for the manager to worry about the Fantasy Village. I think it's because of that shameless Yukari who only knows how to eat and drink like you that the Fantasy Village has problems. Wu Yin complained. If you guys are more proactive, the Fantasy Village can be renamed to the Ideal Village. Didn't we say it already? It was hard to tell if she was joking or being serious. Violet's face had an expression that was hard to tell. Why don't you try managing the Fantasy Village? Are you serious or are you joking? Wu Yin wasn't sure if Yukari meant something else when she said those words. Wu Yin couldn't tell what Yukari was trying to say. If it's me, I definitely can't manage Fantasy Village. Didn't I tell you that Ling Ming will take care of the matters in Fantasy Village? Yukari looked at Wu Yan's frightened face with amusement. Leave the big things to Yukari. Leave the small things to Yukari or your little girlfriends. As for yourself, you can just live a leisurely life. Yukari, it's my fault. Wu Yan almost cowed out. I shouldn't have made fun of you. Please forgive me. Is that so? The smile on Amethyst's face deepened. That's a pity. Well, if you change your mind, you can come find me. I don't mind leaving the Fantasy Village to you guys. You sure know when to let go. Wu Yin retreated in defeat. Aren't you afraid that we'll mess up the Fantasy Village? There are a lot of problem children in the Fantasy Village. Yukari pouted. Compared to them, you guys are more obedient than babies. Yukari turned around with her back, facing Wu Yin. Are you going to wait for Chuju and Mikoto to come back and take them to the Demigod Path mission? Yeah. Wu Yin tilted his head in confusion. Is there a problem? There's no problem. However, there's one thing that I suddenly thought of. Z tapped her face with the paper fan and said with a smile, tonight, 2 of your little girlfriends will complete their transformation in the lake. Tonight? Wu Yin paused and asked, who's coming out? Well, you'll find out tonight. Yukari didn't expose him. She waved her fan and walked outside. Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto, I don't think they'll be willing to leave their sisters anytime soon. The 3rd mission, Demigod's Path, I'll need you to bring the 2 girls from the lake with you. They should be very happy to, right? Leaving these words behind, Purple left the scene without looking back. Tonight, gazing at the direction Yukari left, Wu Yin walked back to the window. He looked at the Misaka sisters walking up and down the street, and he mumbled in anticipation. Who will it be? Chapter 1562. Selling pastries. Fresh and delicious pastries. Do. Misaka 1760 shouted loudly. Come and look at clothes. Here's some nice clothes. Do. Misaka 16307 shouted loudly. Is there anyone who wants to buy flowers? Do. Misaka 2640 carefully held her favorite flower while observing the surrounding customers. Please come and take a look at Misaka's greatest masterpiece. Do. Misaka 10047 raised her umbrella and proudly showed off on both sides of the retro-styled street that was similar to the Western style. Such voices constantly reverberated in the air and passed into the ears of everyone walking on the street. The voices came from the shops on both sides of the retro-styled Western street. The voices came from the mouths of the shop owners. Judging from the scene alone, it was undoubtedly very much like a very lively commercial street, or a street of stalls set up during a large-scale event. It was necessary to increase the number of customers for oneself. However, if someone were to personally visit the scene, they wouldn't have the mood to patronize these shops. This was because the shouts that were reverberating in the air were all emotionless, devoid of uplift, and cold as if they were listless and cold. Standing at the corner of the street, Wu Yin looked at the scene and felt a sense of helplessness. Yukari said that 2 girls would finish their metamorphosis and emerge from the lake tonight. She wanted him to bring them to the 1564th takoyaki stall. Misaka is setting up a stall. Do. Misaka 10032 is reporting to Oni-sama and using her eyes to signal Oni-sama, who I haven't seen in a long time. Misaka 1032 said, as she moved her head closer to Wu Yan's face until there was less than 5 centimeters between them. Her brown pupils stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and stopped talking. That, looking at Misaka 10,032's expressionless face, Wu Yan laughed dryly. Please forgive me for not having the ability to read other people's inner thoughts from their eyes. Is that so? Misaka 1003-2 understood and distanced herself from him. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. However, Misaka 10,032's next words made Wu Yan freeze on the spot. As Oni-Isama's Oni-Isama, you don't even have such an inhuman ability. Do. Misaka 1003-2 was disappointed and looked at Oni-Isama with disdain. She wanted Oni-Isama to realize his stupidity. Wu Yan forced a laugh. I'm sorry, I'm just that stupid. There's no other way. I can only tell Oni-Isama what I mean. Misaka 1003-2 pointed at her stall again. Oni-Isama, do you want to try Misaka's takoyaki? Do. Misaka 1003-2. Let go of the disappointment in your heart and look forward to your answer. Fine. Listening to Misaka 10,032's way of expressing herself, Wu Yan helplessly shook his head. Then I'll try it. Misaka is very happy. Misaka 1003-2 said with an expressionless face. Then, what is Oni-Isama going to offer in exchange for Misaka's takoyaki? Do. Misaka 1003-2 asked Oni-Isama while thinking about whether Oni-Isama should use his underwear to exchange for Misaka's takoyaki. Do you usually use your underwear to exchange for other sisters' things? Wu Yan's knees went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. If so, please let me set up a stall here. Oni-Isama wants Misaka's underwear? Do. Misaka 1003-2 asked shyly while thinking about the saying all men are beasts. All right, I was wrong. I don't want it at all. As a man, Oni-Isama actually doesn't want a cute girl's underwear. That goes against common sense. Do. Misaka 1003-2. Let's put aside the previous question and reconsider the saying all men who don't covet a girl's underwear are frigid. I really want to ask, where did you guys hear this from? This is common sense. Do. Misaka 1003-2 said, as if it was a matter of fact. She was shocked that Oni-Isama didn't know such common sense. I really didn't know there was such common sense. Oni-Isama is an idiot. Do. Misaka 1003-2 came to a conclusion. Are you going to give me takoyaki or not? Then, Oni-Isama, please use your underwear to exchange for it. Do. Misaka 1003-2 stated her condition. Let's change the condition. Don't tell me Oni-Isama isn't wearing it. Chapter 1563. Wu Yan looked at the toy sniper rifle in his hand as he stood in front of the stall selling takoyaki. What is this? Gun. Gun. Misaka's sister, who was also holding a toy sniper rifle, answered simply. I know it's a gun. Wu Yan suppressed his helplessness and continued to ask patiently. I'm asking, what are you planning to do by giving me a gun? Oni-Isama wants to eat takoyaki, but you don't have what Misaka wants to trade it with, right? Misaka's sister raised the toy sniper rifle in her hand as she explained. So, if Oni-Isama wants takoyaki, you have to follow the rules of the shop and compete with Misaka. Misaka 1003-2 explained to Oni-Isama. She felt it was a pity that she didn't get Oni-Isama's underwear. Competition. Wu Yan ignored Misaka 10,032's explanation and looked at Misaka 1003-2 suspiciously. What competition? Shoot. Misaka 1003-2 spat out these 2 words and pointed at a human-shaped target wearing a cloak in her stall. That's a human-shaped target made by Misaka. There's a number on each part of the target. If you hit the target, you'll get the number on the number. Everyone has 3 bullets. Whoever gets the most points wins the competition. Misaka 10032 explained patiently. I see. Wuyan got the gist of what Misaka 10032 means. So, if I get more points than you and beat you, I'll get takoyaki? Correct. That's right. Misaka 10032 nodded and added this sentence. On the other hand, if Misaka gets more points than Oni-sama, if I beat Oni-sama, I'll get Oni-sama's underwear. Misaka 10032 finished her explanation. It started to burn. Don't just burn it. Wu Yin couldn't help but shout. When did I agree to use my underwear as a bet? Oni-sama will get what he wants if he wins the competition. In that case, if Misaka wins the match, you should also get what you want. This is the most basic rule of a competition. Misaka 10032 stared intently at Wu Yan's face. Or perhaps Oni-sama has the despicable idea of obtaining Misaka's takoyaki unconditionally, and Misaka won't object. Misaka tried her best to show her magnanimity, but she despised Oni-sama's idea. Wu Yan's strength instantly disappeared. In the past, he thought that the way the Misaka sisters talked was cute. It was also a way to show that the Misaka sisters did not hide their true thoughts. They were very worthy of love. But now this kind of idea, they really disappeared without a trace. Together with the strength in his body, since you've said it to this extent. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Good. I agree to your conditions. Shooting was not Wu Yan's specialty. However, Wu Yan did put a lot of effort into the shooting aspect of the noble phantasm that has great destructive power, Meteor Shower. Although the Misaka sisters also used guns as their weapons in the magic catalog world, the target was less than 5 meters away. It was such a short distance. Wu Yan was confident that he could shoot wherever he wanted. Therefore, he could at least get full marks. Under such circumstances, even if the Misaka sisters also got full marks, it would at most be a draw. Both of them would not get what they wanted, but at least he could keep his underwear. As for the Misaka sisters' takoyaki, Wu Yan did not really want it. He only said that because he wanted to patronize the Misaka sisters. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Using his underwear as a bet. Wasn't this a trap? If he were to use the Misaka sisters' underwear as a bet, he would be more motivated. Then, let's begin. Misaka 10032 walked in her stall and removed the cloak on the human target. No matter what, I won't lose. Although the bet was a trap, Wu Yan felt that he had to be serious in order to keep his underwear. However, this ambition disappeared when Misaka 10032 lifted the hood of the target in the shop, exposing the target to the air. Even Wu Yan himself froze in place, unable to move. He did not know why. It was because the target was a naked man who was tied to a rack in a Jesus pose. There were a few concentric circles drawn on the naked man's body. There was even a number on each circle which indicated the points that could be obtained if the target was hit. Using a naked man as a target? That was not the real reason why Wu Yan froze. The real reason why Wu Yan froze was that the target's face was his face. Moreover, the position with the highest score, which was 100 points, was in the crotch area. Wu Yan's face was covered in cold sweat. This is Misaka's most precious treasure. Misaka 10032 seemed to be touching the target's body lovingly. Incidentally, the place she touched was also the target's crotch. Because it's Oni-sama, Misaka took this treasure out to be her target. Normal people would not be interested in Misaka's treasure. Misaka 10032 proudly puffed out her chest. After that, Misaka 10032 ignored Wu Yan's sweaty face and walked to Wu Yan's side. Her brown eyes calmly looked at her treasure. Then, Misaka, I'll start first. Misaka 10032 stuffed a cork into the muzzle of her toy sniper rifle. She skillfully aimed at the target and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a clear sound of impact, the cork shot out from the toy sniper rifle in Misaka 10,032's hands and accurately hit the target's crotch. From the crisp sound of the collision, It could be heard that if it were any other object, the force of the collision would definitely not be inferior to the force of a shot put at full force. Wu Yan's face quickly turned green, from green to red, from red to black, and finally, from white to white. Now, Wu Yan only had one feeling. That was a sharp pain coming from the lower half of his body. Phew! Misaka 10032 calmly exhaled. She picked up another cork and stuffed it into the muzzle of her toy sniper rifle. She aimed and fired. Bang! Bang! Misaka 10032 fired 2 shots in a row and accurately hit the target's crotch area. It made people feel that her marksmanship was superb. At the same time, there was another point to feel, that was the strength of the sniper rifle. Every shot made the target wobble and almost fall off the shelf. It made people wonder if the 4th shot would blow a hole in the same spot. Looking at the target that looks like him getting hit in the crotch, and with such ferocious force at that, Wu Yan's body trembled and trembled again. Sweat was dripping down his face, and his back was drenched in sweat. Oni-sama, what's wrong? On the side, Misaka 10032 calmly put down the toy sniper rifle in her hand. She looked at Wu Yan's trembling body and sweating all over. Is Oni-sama not satisfied with Misaka's marksmanship? Misaka 10032 was a bit uneasy. Is my marksmanship not good enough? No. Misaka's sister's marksmanship is very strong. Very strong. So strong that even Wu Yan was scared. Holding the toy sniper rifle in his hand, Wu Yan could clearly feel his facial muscles twitching. His palms were sweating and his whole body was shaking. Misaka's sister had already fired 3 shots, and all 3 shots hit the target with the highest score. She obtained full marks. In other words, if Wu Yan didn't want to lose, he had to hit the target with the highest score all 3 times. But there was only one spot with the highest score. That was the crotch area. Even though he knew it wasn't him, to shoot the crotch area of a target that looked like him, Wu Yan felt that he had to be mentally prepared for the pain. Just like that, Wu Yan held the gun with his face covered in sweat. He didn't dare to pull the trigger. Just like that, at a certain moment, Wu Yan's hand shook and the cork shot out and hit the target in the chest. Bang! The toy sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground. Wu Yan's face was filled with shock. It's over. Chapter 1564. Nighttime. The sky gradually darkened, and the curtain of night quietly descended. The full moon was clear in the sky. Soft moonlight shone down from the sky and penetrated the barrier of the capital of alternate generations. It shone into this wondrous city that seemed to be a mixture of buildings from different eras, covering the entire capital of alternate generations with a layer of silver gauze. Under the soft moonlight, wind started to blow on the streets where there were windmills. The windmills slowly rotated as if they were providing electricity to the capital of alternate generations. In an instant, all the streets shone with a neither bright nor dim brilliance. These lights were all emitted from the bricks that paved the street itself. Although the bricks that paved the streets of the capital of alternate generations had different styles, different types, and different colors, they were all made of the same type of ore. At night, it would be like a luminous pearl, emitting light. In order to obtain these glowing ores, many girls had put in a lot of effort back then. Some went around to inquire about the source of the ores. Some followed the girls to the behemoth forest to search for ores. Some went to the supply town to purchase large quantities of ores. Some even contacted Lulu and Fei for help. Only then did they obtain enough ores to build the streets of the capital of alternate generations. And the reward for that hard work was the beautiful nightscape of the capital of Otherworld, which could be described as a dream. The streets themselves were emitting a soft radiance that was different from each other, causing the night of the capital of Otherworlds to be set off by a rainbow of colors. It was an extremely beautiful sight. Under such a beautiful night scene, even if they knew it was nighttime, there would still be many who would want to walk on the glowing streets. Even the girls who were slightly used to the night strolled up and down the streets at night to relax. They were admiring the night scene. They were enjoying such an enviable night. The heart of alternate generations, located in the center of the capital of alternate generations, was also shining like the streets. The entire inverted pyramid was shining with a dazzling golden light. It looked like it was made of gold, dazzling to the extreme. Come to think of it, living in such a building should give one a greater sense of achievement than living in a palace, right? Such a night. It was indeed the envy of others. However, despite the envy of others, there was someone who didn't even have the mood to appreciate it. On the top floor of the heart of alternate generations, Wu Yin lowered his head. The background was dark as he walked in from the outside like a zombie. He wobbled his way to the sofa. He fell down, looking like a dying man. That was to be expected. Now, in a place no one else can see, Wu Yin is staring at Wu Yan. He was missing an important piece of underwear. He lost to Misaka 10,032's underwear. Misaka 1032 even asked him to take it off in front of her as the victor so that he wouldn't go back on his word. Thus, with a suicidal mentality, he took off his underwear in front of the street full of Misaka's sisters. He lost to Misaka 1032. Misaka 1032 held his underwear like it was the most precious treasure in the world. Then, she gave all the takoyaki to Wu Yin and walked away expressionlessly. At that moment, Wu Yin felt like something left with Misaka 1032, never to return. Then, the Misaka sisters on the street started to drag Wu Yin to do all sorts of business. They forcefully sold Wu Yin all his clothes and left, leaving behind a naked Wu Yin who was staring blankly at the sky. He didn't move for a long time. Luckily, there were only Misaka sisters in this capital of alternate generations. Luckily, the girls are soaking in a magical lake water, undergoing a transformation. Luckily, Chuju Mikoto and Yukari aren't around. Fortunately, the girls left behind a shop that sells men's clothes. Otherwise, Wu Yin felt like there was no reason for him to stay in this capital of alternate generations any longer. Or rather, there's no reason for him to live anymore. I'm an idiot. Wu Yin buried his face in the sofa. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why did you go on the street? Why did you eat takoyaki? Why did you play games? Why didn't you run away? In an instant, a new 100,000 whys came out of Wu Yan's lifeless body and echoed in the living room. His voice was filled with desolation. Not long after, Wu Yan suddenly bounced up and said with a loud voice, "It's okay. Other than the Misaka sisters, no one else knows about it, right? I just want to forget it. Then no one will know about it. Yes, forget it." Wu Yan lowered his head and tried to hypnotize himself. However, when he lowered his head, a piece of paper on the table entered his sight. "Nice body, keep up the good work." There was a line of words printed on the paper. Wu Yan couldn't recognize the handwriting, but he could guess who it was. Who else could it be other than Yakumo Yukari, who had a gap that allowed her to spy on any place she wanted? I'm an idiot. Wu Yan collapsed on the sofa again. Why did I go on the street? Why did I eat takoyaki? Why did I play games? Why didn't I run away? Wu Yan suddenly heard something amidst his self-deprecation. Outside the hall, the sound of 2 footsteps could be heard. They were sneaking over to the entrance of the hall. Who is it? With a gloomy expression, he turned around and looked at the entrance of the hall. What he saw was 2 heads peeking in from the outside, sneakily peeking at the inside of the hall. Chuju? Mikoto? Wu Yan was even more puzzled. What are you doing? Wah! Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Hinajiku and Mikoto, who sneakily peeked their heads in from outside the living room, yelped exaggeratedly. When they saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa, their expressions stiffened. Yan, Hinajiku was flustered. You're still awake? I don't think she's sleeping anymore. He frowned when he saw how flustered Hinajiku is. Some of them will finish their metamorphosis later. I want to take them to the 3rd phase of the Demigod Path mission. Chuju, Mikoto, how about you 2 stay here? No problem. Mikoto kept her head peeked out from the sofa while hiding her body outside. Then hurry up and go. Didn't I say we need to wait for them to come out? Wu Yin is puzzled by her answer. Why are you hiding? Are you shy? Wu Yin stood up as he spoke. Stop right there. As soon as Wu Yin stood up, Chuju and Mikoto screamed and glared at Wu Yin. Don't come over here. Sit down. Huh? Wu Yin was shocked when he saw Chuju and Mikoto's reaction. What's wrong? Are you sick? Yes. Yes. We're sick. Mikoto laughed without thinking. So don't come over here. You'll get infected. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Yin looked straight at Chuju and Mikoto. Have you ever heard of a primogenitor dying from an illness? This is not a normal illness. Hinajika's face twitched as she forced out a smile. Even a primogenitor would die if they got close. An illness that would kill if they got close. Wu Yin pondered for a moment before smiling. Yeah, it's so scary. The moment they saw Wu Yin smile, Chuju and Mikoto knew something was wrong. Before the two girls could react, Wu Yan's body melded into space and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind the two girls. When he arrived behind the two girls and saw the state of their bodies, he was stunned. Chuju and Mikoto were still peeking their heads out of the hall. That's why when Wu Yin arrived behind Hinajiku and Mikoto, the sight of the two girls with their buttocks stuck out in front of him. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two buttocks in front of Wu Yin are completely naked. No, it should be said that Chuju and Mikoto are completely naked. Their beautiful bodies are completely exposed to the air. There's nothing covering them. You. Wu Yin was tongue-tied. Wah. Hinajiku and Mikoto abruptly turned around and saw Wu Yin's dumbfounded expression. Their pretty faces slowly turned bright red. Chapter 1565. In that instant, the air around them froze. Wu Yin stood face to face with Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were completely naked and blushing. Staring at each other, they didn't react for a long time. It's not that Wu Yin hasn't seen Chuju and Mikoto naked before. It's just that Wu Yin couldn't comprehend the surreal scene in front of him. Why are they naked? That's the only question in Wu Yan's mind. In this incomprehensible situation, Chuju and Mikoto were enraged. No. Their lips trembled and their bodies trembled. In the next second, the two girls raised their fists and punched towards Wu Yan's frozen face. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Wu Yin finally reacted when he heard the angry shouts. Looking at the two fists coming at his face, he tilted his head to the side and dodged while taking 2 steps back. Who knew you two would be like this? Looking at Chuju and Mikoto's embarrassed and angry faces, Wu Yin quickly shook his head. What's going on? Why did you two come back naked after going out on the streets? Wu Yan's voice got softer and softer as he spoke. His expression also stiffened slightly. Going out on the streets and coming back naked? Didn't he encounter the same thing just now? Being stripped naked by the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations. Could it be that Chuju and Mikoto encountered the same situation? Who knows what's wrong with those guys? Just as this question popped up in his mind, he raised his hand, and Mikoto, who was covering her chest with an embarrassed and angry expression, yelled out. We were getting along well at the beginning, but for some reason, she suddenly took out the things she was selling and said that she wanted to change into our clothes. And it's the kind that's forced to sell. Chuju also used her small arms. She covered her fair and delicate body. Her face was filled with disbelief. They kept stuffing things into our bodies and took away our clothes without saying a word. What's wrong with those sisters all of a sudden? Wu Yin laughed dryly, although he didn't know what exactly happened. Based on Chuju and Mikoto's words, Wu Yin could roughly guess what happened. It's most likely what Misaka 10032 did to him, and through the Misaka network, all the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations found out. Then, the Misaka sisters followed suit and caused Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto to suffer the same fate. Listen up. Mikoto glared at Wu Yin and declared to Wu Yin with an unquestionable tone. If you dare tell anyone about what you saw today, I'll electrocute you until you're like a frog. I'll chop you up too. Chuju's yellow-green eyes emitted a dangerous glow. You won't die anyway. so I'll do what I say." After leaving behind these words, Chuju and Mikoto didn't even give Wu Yin time to reply. They turned around and ran back to their rooms without looking back. Looking at the two naked girls running back to their rooms, Wu Yin stood there speechless. Chuju and Mikoto probably won't be going out on the streets for a while, right? As for the rest of the girls who didn't know anything, if they ran into the streets of the capital of alternate generations without knowing anything, they'll probably be treated the same as us, right? It seems like the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations will turn into dangerous species during this period of time. If we go out on the streets, we'll be stripped naked. That's why it's best if we don't go out on the streets for the time being. After making this decision, Wu Yin turned around and left behind his last words to end this chaos. Speaking of which, why don't you just find a set of clothes from the shops around here? Is there need to run back naked? Wu Yin won't be able to find an answer to this question. Of course, there was no need for him to rack his brains over this matter. He was the only man in the entire capital of otherworldly beings. If the other girls wanted to run around naked, then let them. He would be the one taking advantage of them anyway. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment outside the hall, a series of light footsteps sounded from afar. It entered Wu Yan's ears and attracted his attention. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the direction outside the hall. Not long after, his eyes lit up. With light footsteps, two young ladies walked in one after another and appeared in the hall. They're two extremely beautiful girls with extremely hot figures. The one walking in front has long blonde hair that reach her ankles. The ends of her hair were tied into two bundles with white ribbons, making her look like a girl with two ponytails. The girl was wearing a white blouse, but one of the buttons on her white blouse was pushed open by her voluptuous bosom, faintly revealing a trace of her fair skin. She was wearing a gray short skirt and a pair of brown high-heel boots. It was a simple combination, but it made people sigh with admiration that no outfit could be more beautiful than this. Above the girl's ears that were hidden by her long blonde hair, there was a pair of feathered wings that added a bit of cuteness to her beauty. Behind the girl is another girl with long pink hair. Her long pink hair was tied into two thin bundles that draped down her back. The hair around her head only reached her shoulders, making it look like she had short hair. This girl also had a pair of accessories that matched her ears. She was wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress. Her smooth shoulders and a pair of white thighs were all exposed in the air. Her chest was also extremely protruding. It was so hot that it made people forget to leave. Astria, level 82. Ikaros, level 83. Like a million summons, two girls so beautiful that even the stars paled in comparison walked into Wu Yan's field of vision. Looking at the two beautiful figures that he had not seen for a long time, even Wu Yan could not help but be moved by their beauty. It was as if he was afraid that he would break this beauty. He did not make a sound and quietly admired this beauty that belonged only to him. At this moment, Ikaros and Astria finally noticed Wu Yan standing not far away. They focused their attention on him. Then, one of them had an uncontrollable ripple in her eyes, while the other cheered with joy. "Master!" Astria leaned forward and stomped on the ground. She leaped forward and pounced on Wu Yan. "You idiot!" Wu Yan, who was still immersed in the sight of the two angelic beauties, was jolted awake by Astria's bold and unrestrained manner. He cursed out loud when he saw her throwing herself at him with all four limbs off the ground. With Astria's current state, if he didn't catch her, she would definitely fall to the ground. Wu Yan didn't care about anything else. He rushed to where Astria landed and caught her in his arms. Ouch! For a moment, Wu Yan thought he heard something soft bouncing. Then he felt an indescribable softness in front of him. From a bystander's point of view, Astria, who threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace, is also pressing her protruding breasts against Wu Yan's body. They're squashed so hard that the soft flesh on the sides of her body almost burst out of her clothes. Wu Yan almost wavered from this indescribable softness. It took him a lot of effort to suppress it. He knocked Astria's head hard. "You idiot! What if you fall?" "Ouch!" Astria hugged her head and squatted on the ground. She complained with tears in her eyes. Master is the idiot. You big idiot. You silly girl. Wuyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, Ikaros slowly walked up to Wu Yin. She stared at Wu Yin with her indigo-colored eyes. Her eyes were filled with a sense of attachment that no one could ever hope to match. Ikaros. Wu Yan's heart melted when he saw the girl who only had eyes for him. He reached out and rubbed Ikaros' head. I miss you so much. Ikaros tightened her grip on her chest. The attachment in her eyes deepened. Chapter 1566. Soft sunlight poured down from the edge of the sky, sprinkling on every corner of the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the fragrance of the wild grass. On the green field, a patch of green sparkled under the sunlight, setting off the most vibrant color in the world. It was full of vitality, making the mood of those who saw it better. On this boundless field, there was a railroad that seemed to connect the two ends of the world, extending to both sides. It was like a long dragon, undulating in the field. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that this seemingly endless stretch of railway was extending towards a seemingly bustling city that occupied a large area. Woo! At a certain moment, on one end of the railway, a sharp and long whistle resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. Amidst the sharp and long whistle, a train dashed from the other end of the railway with black smoke rising into the sky. Amidst the rumbling sound of the tires, the train drove towards the bustling city, allowing the very modern city scene to be imprinted in the window. The fields on both sides of the road were moving backward at extremely fast speed, left behind by the speeding train. Looking at the bustling city through the car window, one could faintly see grayish-white concrete buildings in the bustling city and cars running on the asphalt road. However, compared to the latest cars of the 21st century, these cars gave people a feeling that they were outdated. Yes, not only cars, but also buildings. Although the entire city could indeed be described as bustling, the style would only give people a feeling of being a little backward. Even in many cities, some steam could be seen rising. Using steam? This already felt a little backward. Unfortunately, this backward era is actually a reflection of this world. The train unyieldingly moved in the direction of the city. In one of the carriages of the train, a man and 5 women were looking at the city through the window, chatting happily. Wow! The first to speak was a petite girl with a ponytail, a pair of round red eyes, and a very pretty and cute girl. What a refreshing city. This is the first time I've seen a city like this. I wonder if there's anything fun to do there. Is there an aquarium? Aquarium? You mean a place with a lot of fish? On the side, a blonde girl with a ponytail had her hands pressed against the car window. Her entire face was almost pressed against the glass. For some reason, she revealed a longing look. It sounds delicious. MMM. The ponytail girl puffed up her cheeks, dissatisfied. Listen up, Xianxia-chan. The fish in the aquarium are not to be eaten. They are to be looked at. If you eat those fish, they will sue you and ask you to pay for it. Sigh. The blonde girl, called Xianxia, looked like a deflated balloon. She slumped down on her seat. I can only look but can't eat. This place is so boring. No matter where it is, the fish in the aquarium are not to be eaten. The ponytail girl put one hand on her waist. She raised her other hand and showed a finger. Xianxia-chan, places where you can eat are called restaurants. Places where you can sleep are called hotels. Places where you can drink and party are called taverns. You can order food in these places, but not in other places. Oh, I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. She shouted excitedly. Then, Nisha-chan, are there restaurants, hotels, and taverns in that place? Well, Nagisa and Xianxia sat by the window and pretended to be educating each other, while Xianxia nodded with an expectant look. The rest of the people around them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't know anything about this world. You were just asking about aquariums. Wu Yin shook his head with a chuckle. I wonder why Nagisa has so much to say. Nagisa-chan is also happy to be able to come out. Sitting not far away from Nagisa, a young girl with shoulder-length silver hair appeared on her face. She looked like a tranquil saintess. She had a genuine smile on her face. Even though she was in a deep sleep when she was in teacher's body, Xianxia, who loves excitement, still hopes to come out. Then, what about Canon? Wu Yin moved his head closer to Canon. Do you like to come out too? Actually, I could do anything. Canon smiled shyly and said in an embarrassed voice, as long as I can stay by teacher's side. When she was in your body, Xianxia was also in high spirits. At this moment, a petite girl sitting next to Canon, holding a black lace fan and wearing a white goth lowly outfit with a head full of long, straight black hair that was curled up like tornadoes at the ends of her hair. She was fanning herself with her eyes closed and said all of a sudden, "After all, we vassal beasts are connected to your consciousness when we're in your body. We can even peek into your memories. Xianxia is very curious about your past." "You mean?" Wu Yin opened his mouth in shock. He asked with uncertainty, "Xianxia, Canon, and Natsuki, did you all peek into my memories?" "You didn't say we can't peek into your memories." Natsuki opened one eye and glanced at Wu Yin. "Also, when we first became your familiars, we didn't know anything about your past. It's necessary for us to learn more." Wu Yin looked at Xianxia and Canon. Xianxia was still chatting with Astria. She didn't seem to hear the conversation. Canon heard everything. She gave Wu Yin an embarrassed look and admitted it without saying a word. "Fine." Wu Yin smiled bitterly. "Thank goodness I never did anything wrong." "Perhaps." Natsuki closed her eyes again and waved the fan in her hand. "Ikaros, have another cup of black tea." Ikaros looked at Wu Yin in a pleading manner. Astria and Wu Yin sat beside him with a tea set in their hands. "How could you casually order around a comrade you've only met for the first time?" Wu Yin's bitter smile deepened, but he still rubbed Ikaros' head. "Ikaros, I'll have to trouble you to satisfy Natsuki, yes." Ikaros nodded without hesitation. She poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Natsuki. Natsuki took the black tea as if it was a matter of course. She took a small sip, and her doll-like face relaxed significantly. "It's as good as always. It's worth it to be able to taste this kind of black tea whenever I want to become your familiar." "You sure are cheap," Wu Yin complained. "You're satisfied just because the black tea is good after becoming someone else's possession?" "Don't forget." Natsuki's blue eyes looked at Wu Yin coldly. "Back then, when I became your familiar, you didn't even ask for my opinion. Instead, you forcefully turned me into someone else's thing, as you said. This." Wu Yin choked. He didn't know what to say. Natsuki wasn't the only one. Xianxia and Canon were in the same situation as well. Without any choice, the Yao beast mark turned the girls into familiars and turned them into Wu Yan's familiars. It ignored the owner's wishes and turned them into his familiars. The demonic beast seal that he still didn't fully understand was such an extremely dangerous thing. Of course, even if it was very useful, the conditions to make it work were also very harsh. Not only did the user and the target have to be in a state similar to that of a vampire and a familiar, but the target's feelings for the user had to be at a certain level, and they had to be mentally compatible as well. Only when these two conditions are met will the Yao beast mark come into effect. It will turn the target that is compatible with the user's body and mind into a familiar for Wu Yin to command. Due to these harsh conditions, the Yao beast mark hasn't been activated since Wu Yin came out of the Bloodlust Rampage world. In fact, it would be a miracle if Natsuki, Canon, and Xianxia were able to become Wu Yan's familiars. Chapter 1567. Wu. The long whistle of the train echoed clearly in the surroundings. The rumbling noises of the train gradually decreased, and the speed gradually decreased. The train drove into a dome-shaped station and stopped. Sizzle. Steam rose from various parts of the train, making a sound like water being poured over a flame. At the same time, uniformed station guards came to the surroundings of the train and began to get busy. The doors of the train opened one by one, and the passengers disembarked with their luggage in the midst of the clamor and scattered around the station. Not long after, Wuyin, Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa got off the train and went to the entrance of the station. However, compared to those who came from afar or came back from afar, this group of people also came from afar, but they didn't bring any luggage. Their hands were empty, and they didn't look like tourists who came to this city for the first time. Instead, they looked like they were here to pick someone up. The 6 of them stood at the entrance of the station and surveyed the city. This was a city surrounded by steam from top to bottom. The buildings around them were different from the skyscrapers and mansions they were familiar with. They leaned more towards the classical style of a church, and other sacred halls. On the streets, heavy cars that looked like they were popular in the 80s were moving at a speed that Wu Yin and the others thought was slow. There were also carriages that rumbled under the whips of people. The people wore formal clothes. There was no trace of casual wear. It felt like they were back in the past. Backward. This was the first impression Wu Yin, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa had of this city. They used to live in a high-tech world. For Ikaros and Astria, who used to live in Synapse, a place that was centuries ahead of modern society, a place where almost everything could be done with technology, this place was even more backward than they already were. However, in this city, there were scenes that couldn't be found in a normal world. Here, there were bodies with smooth surfaces. They glowed with a cold, steel-like luster. There were human-shaped objects that looked like they were made of iron. There were gears on some parts of them. They could be seen everywhere. There were people selling coffee in small shops along the street. There were people who walked awkwardly and comically. There were people who moved goods and worked slowly. There were also people who walked beside the pedestrians. There were people who helped them with their work. It was a scene that seemed a little inconceivable. In this city, however, it was as if they were living a normal life, mingling in the streets. These humanoid objects were the most special existences in this world. Puppets. To be more precise, it should be called an automaton. It was a puppet that didn't rely on steam, electricity, light, or other energy sources to move. Instead, it relied on magic as the source of power to move. And this kind of automaton, which is different from ordinary people, is also the main combat method in this world. Finally, it feels real. Wu Yin mumbled to himself as he watched the scene of the man and the dolls living together. Smart girl, invincible world. Smart girl, invincible girl, invincible world. This was the dungeon world for the 3rd phase of the demigod quest. This so-called mechanism was actually referring to the automaton. Speaking of the automaton, the root of the automaton is the magic circuit. It is a necessary part of the automaton. It is an invention that replaces magic rituals. The various conditions, complicated incantations, and magic arrays needed to activate magic were simplified to create a circuit that was installed in the body of an automaton. By injecting magic power into it and activating it, the automaton would be controlled and the magic would be performed through the automaton. This method of activating the magic circuit through the automaton is called smart magic. Through the cooperation between the automaton that was equipped with a magic circuit in its body and the puppeteer who controlled the automaton, it performed magic that was different from ordinary tedious and lengthy magic. It was a powerful magic that was unprecedentedly fast and precise. The automaton was created for this purpose. Because of the existence of smart magic, magicians can be freed from the cumbersome magic circles and lengthy incantations. They can borrow the power of the automaton to perform magic quickly. Today, smart magic has become a complete magic system. It is used as the most basic method for magicians to perform magic. It is used in all aspects, including war. Therefore, the necessary prop to perform clever magic, the automaton, became a magic prop that magicians had to equip themselves with. The magician who controls the automaton is called the puppeteer. The puppeteer and the automaton are the main theme of the Smart Girl, Invincible world. The city Wu Yin and the girls are in is the British academic city, known as the Smart City, Liverpool. In the center of the city, there's a school that exists for the purpose of smart. This school, it is Wu Yin and the girl's destination. After carefully observing the scenery of the city and the clumsy automaton, Wu Yin couldn't help but look at his wrist. Over there, a silver bracelet was being worn on it, limited bracelet. Similar to the time in the magical girl Ilya world, the path to demigod mission restricted Wu Yan's power. Not only Wu Yan, the two angelic girls who entered the dungeon world with Wu Yan and the familiars who were released after entering the dungeon world are all restricted by the limited bracelet. The suppression from the limited bracelet is even more severe than the one in the magical girl Ilya world. Ikaros, level 69, Astria, level 69, Ikaros and Astria's levels. They are both level 69. They are only at the peak of rank 7. Even vassal beasts like Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were suppressed to level 69, the peak of rank 7. Their power dropped by God knows how many levels. That's not the worst part. The worst part is, Wu Yin is the worst. Character, Wu Yin equipment points. 11110 item points. 200000 ability points. 101000 summoning points. 131000 level 0. That's right, level 0. In other words, Wu Yan's current level is the same as a normal person's. Of course, level doesn't represent everything. Wu Yan can't be like a weak scholar just because his level is suppressed to 0. His combat power can't even be considered as trash. However, he is still down to 5. This was because not only was his level suppressed to 0, the powerful physical abilities he obtained from the body of the true ancestor were also suppressed to the point where he was no stronger than a normal person. His superpower is also restricted. He can use the spells in the 103,000 grimoires, but he is restricted to the same level as the magicians of this world. He has to chant long incantations and use complicated magic formations to cast them. Other than infinite armaments, the only thing Wu Yin isn't restricted is his boundless mana and true ancestor's immortal life force. However, with infinite armaments, Wu Yin is only strong in terms of technique. His physical strength is also restricted. He has techniques, but no physical strength. He is still weak. According to the system, Wu Yin must be like the puppeteers in this world. His main combat method is to control his automaton. Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa are Wu Yan's automaton. Similar to Wu Yin, the 5 girls aren't just restricted by their levels. Like the automaton of this world, they need to rely on their master's mana to activate their magic circuits, perform their magic, and engage in combat. Of course, the girls don't have any magic circuits. However, if they were to participate in a battle, they would need Wu Yan's mana to execute their moves. In other words, without Wu Yan's mana, the girls are no different from normal humans. They can't fight at all. This is why the restrictions in this world are so severe. That's why Wu Yan released Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa while bringing Ikaros and Astria with him. He's afraid that Ikaros and Astria won't be able to hold their own against a strong foe under such circumstances. Chapter 1568. Currently, all of the spells in the 103,000 grimoires were restricted by the bracelet, requiring complicated magic circles and lengthy incantations to be used. It was impossible for them to be used in a real battle. Their superpowers and physical abilities that came from the true ancestor were directly suppressed, and they could not even use them. Wu Yan couldn't even use his red jade mode and familiars. Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were released because Wu Yan released them the moment he arrived in this world. However, the 3 girls were also restricted by the bracelet. To put it simply, other than infinite arms refinement, all of Wu Yan's other means of combat are restricted. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan's combat power with infinite arms refinement is only equivalent to that of a tier 4 or 5 fighter. He can reach tier 6 with his mana boost, but that's about it. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the items. Wu Yin could still use the Gate of Babylon, Shana, Meteor Shower, and the other treasures in the Gate of Babylon. With these, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to go against an ordinary automaton. It shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat a weaker automaton. However, it would not work for the more powerful automaton. That's why, when it comes to high-level battles, Wu Yin still has to rely on the girls who are limited to his automaton and let them do the dirty work. One has to say, with these restrictions in place, Wu Yin can be considered a half-baked puppeteer. Why half-baked puppeteer? It was very simple. A true puppeteer needed to have a certain degree of control over their automaton, and the level of use of clever magic would directly affect the combat power of the automaton. Wu Yin didn't know any of these. How could he control his automaton to a certain extent? Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa could all fight on their own. There was no need for Wu Yin to control them. Mastery of magic? Wu Yin hadn't even touched a real automaton before. He didn't even try to control a normal automaton. This was his first time coming to a world where the automaton girls couldn't get hurt. He didn't know anything other than the theory behind the automaton magic. What kind of level was that? Therefore, as a puppeteer, Wu Yin didn't have any other skills other than infusing his automatons with mana so that they could fight. It could be said that he was completely unqualified. Because of this, Wu Yin decided to come to this mecha city. Other than completing the third phase of the demigod quest, Wu Yin is also interested in the fighting style of a real puppeteer. He wants to learn how to control puppets and how to use them in magic. How interesting. While Wu Yin was observing the city, the girls were doing the same. Nagisa's red eyes were glowing. It's just as Sensei said, there are a lot of automatons that can move around. They're just like the automatons on Itagami Island. Why aren't they armed? Doesn't an automaton have to fight as well? Automatons that can fight only have built-in magic circuits and magic. These automatons only have basic functions that allow them to move around. Wu Yin patted Nagisa's head. If the streets were filled with automatons that can fight, this place would be in chaos. Automatons that can use magic aren't something those metal lumps on Itagami Island can compare to. Natsuki raised her parasol with one hand and placed the other on her waist. Looks like this world is more interesting than I thought. I wonder how powerful the automatons are. Wu Yin scratched his cheek. I really want to know how powerful I am right now. If we're talking about automatons, I'm sure you're the worst. Natsuki didn't hold back. If we're talking about automatons, I'm still waiting to see how powerful they are. Why don't you just tell me you don't know how powerful you are in this world? Wu Yin pursed his lips. Well, it's only a matter of time before I find out. Hey, master. Astria held her stomach and looked at Wu Yin with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry, fine. Wu Yin shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then let's go to the academy first and settle the matter before we talk about it. Yes. Astria and Nagisa beamed with joy. Ikaros and Kanon nodded. The lively and cheerful duo attracted a lot of attention. As for Natsuki, she was neither quiet nor moving. She was neither lively nor cheerful, but she was neither quiet nor beautiful. She was somewhere in between, and one could only say that she was very delicate and cute. Under Wu Yan's lead, the group passed through the streets filled with people and dolls. They headed towards the center of the city that is filled with steam. Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Located in the heart of Liverpool, the ingenious city, it was a world-renowned ingenious academy known as the greatest academy in the magic world. It was like a palace standing in the center of the city. It occupied a vast area, and its scale was so large that it reminded people of a real palace. Its architectural style reminded people of the Buckingham Palace. From the front, the Walpurgis Royal School of Mechanics looked like an awe-inspiring royal palace. The walls were like the walls of a castle. They were about 5 meters tall, and there were some stone spikes at the top. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there were some black muzzles on the academy's gate. These guns aren't for decoration. They're loaded with real bullets. That said, their purpose was not to defend against external enemies. Instead, they were used to stop those who were trying to escape. This so-called fugitive didn't refer to any prisoners locked up in the academy, but the automaton of the students in the academy. The Walpurgis Wang Li Robotics Academy had a clear rule that any student who had not graduated from the academy would not be allowed to leave the academy with their automaton while they were still in school. As for the automaton carried by the students in the school, if they left the school without permission during the school period, they would be mercilessly sniped by these pitch-black gun muzzles. For the puppeteer, it was an academy, but for the automaton, it was a prison. So big, Xianxia and Nagisa's jaws dropped as they looked at the unbreakable fortress in front of them. Is everything ready? Standing in the middle of the group of girls, Wu Yin glanced at them. After entering this academy, you won't be able to come out for a short period of time. Nagisa grumbled unhappily. Nagisa wants to explore the city. Can't an automaton leave the academy as it pleases? Natsuki raised her head and looked at the pitch-black muzzles on top of the castle-like academy. She pursed her lips. It's meaningless to me. Yin paused for a moment before he shrugged, as if he recalled something. I almost forgot that you're the famous witch of space. You're the best at manipulating space. This wall and those guns are nothing to you at all. Sensei Minamiya. Nagisa hugged Natsuki's arm and said with a hopeful expression, If you have the time, you have to bring me out to play. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Chapter 1569. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was publicly recognized as the best academy in the magic world. It was at the top of the ivory tower in this era where magic tricks were prevalent. Of course, such a high-end academy would have a very high threshold. To others, the entry requirements were already harsh to the point of being harsh. It was fine for those who had excellent academic ability and were rich, as long as they paid a fee that satisfied the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. They would be able to enroll. However, for those who had excellent academic ability but did not have any financial backing, it was a difficult situation. Although it was a little realistic, the entrance fee of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy was shockingly high. It was impossible for an ordinary family to pay this fee. Only those nobles and powerful forces could afford this fee. Therefore, if those without much wealth wanted to enter the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, they could only go out and find sponsors who could pay for their tuition. For example, the military, the corporations, the churches, the corporate alliances of various countries. These existences were very willing to be the financial support for excellent puppet users. After all, a powerful puppet user could bring about combat power. It was comparable to a small army. Therefore, in this world, almost every country's military would do their best to find those outstanding puppeteers. Cultivating puppeteers had also become the most important thing for every country. Under such circumstances, it was definitely worth it to spend a bit of money to get an excellent puppet user to join his side. Of course, if one wanted the military, corporations, churches, and corporate alliances of various countries to provide financial support for an unrelated person, the puppet user would have to show the corresponding ability. In other words, if one did not have the ability to impress these sponsors, one would not be able to enter the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. Then, one could only rely on one's own ability to pay for the expensive tuition. In terms of ability to be a puppet user, Wu Yin was very bad. Very bad. Regardless of whether it was theoretical knowledge or actual combat control of the automaton, it was a skill that could be used to control the automaton. The method and experience of performing magic tricks. Wu Yin could be said to have none at all. If he had to find a sponsor to provide him with financial support, if he didn't take into account Ikaros, Xianxia, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and the others, Wu Yin wouldn't have been able to pull this off. However, unfortunately, Wu Yin isn't someone who's short on money. Sorry, Wu Yin smashed a bag filled with at least 100 gold coins on the table in front of him and said with a smile on his face. The staff member of Walpurgis Wang Li Academy had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Wu Yin smashed a bag full of gold coins on the table in front of him. I want to enroll. Enter the school. The staff member couldn't react in time for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he quickly adjusted his glasses to cover up his gaffe. It couldn't be helped. Although it wasn't like no one had come to the Walpurgis Li Academy to enroll in the past, those students were only here to sign up. They wouldn't bring any tuition fees with them. The tuition fees of the Walpurgis Li School of Engineering are too expensive. If you use paper money, you would need to fill up at least 2 large boxes. It's unrealistic to carry money around with you. Therefore, generally speaking, when a student was admitted, the faction behind the student or the sponsor behind the student would first pay the tuition fee in advance. Then, the student would bring their personal information to report and apply for admission. Wu Yin came to the registration counter and applied for admission with a bunch of gold coins. This is the first time in the history of the Walpurgis Li School of Engineering. No wonder the staff member was dumbfounded. After lifting the heavy bag and putting it aside, the staff member respectfully handed Wu Yin an application form. Please fill in your personal information here. Wu Yin nodded slightly, but when he saw one of the lines on the application form, he frowned. Do I still need to fill in the information of my automaton as well? Yes. The staff member pushed up his glasses and answered. This is because once you enter the school, your automaton will not be able to leave the campus until you graduate. We need to have the information of your automaton so that we can identify it easily. In other words, we have to register the person we need to monitor. It's like applying to enter a prison, isn't it? Wu Yin took a deep look at the staff member before turning around to the girls behind him. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yin, and she nodded nonchalantly. As the representative of the girls, she agreed to this arrangement. All right. Wu Yin shrugged and tapped his cheek with a pen. He rolled his eyes and started to fill in his automaton information. Automaton Natsuki Minimiya. Magic circuit, space manipulation, able to manipulate space as one pleases. Automaton Kuros. Magic circuit, wave barrier, able to create a barrier by vibrating the atmosphere. Automaton Agarola. Magic circuit, freezing cold fog, the ability to generate cold air on its own, condense cold ice, and control cold air and ice. Automaton Hanace Natsuan. Magic circuit, boost healing. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed in a short period of time, allowing the target to return to their full state. Automaton Astria. Magic circuit, particle sword. Controls particles to form a laser lightsaber. You can freely control the changes of particles, enlarging or shrinking the laser lightsaber. After filling up the form, Wu Yin ignored the weird looks from the girls behind him and handed the form to the staff member with a nonchalant expression. Is this good enough? Yes, sir. After the staff member glanced at it slightly, he put the form in his hand into an envelope and sealed it. Automaton is related to the combat power of the puppeteer. We will only show your form to the guards at the entrance. We will not show it to anyone else. Don't worry. The staff member handed a key to Wu Yin. Tomorrow, we will have an academic test. After participating in the test, the invigilator will arrange your ranking and dormitory in the academy according to your results. Before that, please go to the guest courtyard and make do for the night. Got it. Wu Yin accepted the key and turned around to look at the girls. Let's go. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yin led the girls away from the scene under the watchful eyes of the staff members. Sensei, on a certain street in the academy, Nagisa complained as she followed Wu Yan's footsteps. Why did you write Agrora's name when you filled in the form? Nagisa was supposed to be by her side too, wasn't she? But you're not good at fighting, are you? Wu Yin flicked Nagisa's head. When it's time to fight, Agrora will still have to fight. That's true. Nagisa clutched her head and muttered, unable to let go of the memory. In the end, only Nagisa was left out. I'm not happy about it. Nagisa is Agrora. Agrora is Nagisa. Wu Yin rubbed Nagisa's head. If you separate from Agrora so clearly, that girl will be sad. Nagisa's expression changed for the better when she heard this. You're right, Nagisa and Agrora are one. Speaking of which, I can't believe you came up with so many magic circuits. Natsuki shook her head. If that's the case, we can't use abilities other than the ones you submitted, right? It's just a cover. Wu Yin shrugged. When it's necessary, don't be shy. Ouch. Before the word angry could be uttered, a cry of pain entered everyone's ears. Chapter 1570. Ouch. At the same time, Nagisa, who was walking backwards in front of Wu Yin, also cried out and fell to the ground. That was because one of them collided with Nagisa, who was walking backwards. Nagisa's cry and the other person's cry of pain sounded at the same time. Immediately after, the two of them were pushed to the side by the force of the collision. Nagisa. Seeing Nagisa falling towards him, Wu Yin quickly caught her in his arms. Pong. However, the other person wasn't so lucky. He sat on the ground with a loud thud. It hurts. Suddenly, a painful groan reverberated from the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Wu Yin and Ko saw a girl with slightly dull but extremely beautiful blonde hair that reached her waist sitting on the ground. Wu Yin and Ko caught sight of her. It was a girl who seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her figure couldn't be considered petite, but it wasn't voluptuous either. It could only be said that her proportions were very balanced. The girl was wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Wang, Li Machine Learning Academy. She was wearing a white shirt with a black vest that revealed her chest and a gray skirt. He was wearing high boots, a blue beret with red ribbons on his head, and a blue necktie that looked like a scarf. It seemed like he was a senior student of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. Her upright appearance, coupled with her long golden hair that fluttered in the wind, made the girl look like a fairy. Her entire body was blooming with a dazzling and seductive light. Without a doubt, this was a beautiful girl. However, at this moment, this beautiful young girl had a pained expression on her face. She was stroking her little butt with one hand, making her seductive beauty look a little weak. It was obvious. This girl, she had collided with Nagisa, the one who cried out in pain. I am sorry. Nagisa, who fell into Wu Yan's arms, seemed to have thought of this. She ran to the girl in a panic. It's all my fault. I didn't look ahead. I was walking backwards. I'm really sorry. You. The girl raised her head and looked at Nagisa with obvious displeasure. She wanted to reprimand her, but when she saw the tears in Nagisa's eyes, she closed her mouth and turned her head away. Forget it. Are you all right? At this moment, a deep voice that sounded like the voice of an old sage came from the girl's side. Wu Yin and the rest noticed a dragon flying in the air beside the girl. Yes, it was a dragon. Other than dragon, there was no other adjective that could be used to describe this animal that was flying beside the girl. Its entire body was as cold as steel, and its head was like that of a crocodile or a lizard. There was a pair of sharp horns at the top of its head, but its face was not so ferocious. Instead, it looked somewhat noble and dignified. There were two pairs of wings on its back, which were stacked on top of each other. Its shape was not like that of an ordinary dragon, which had fleshy wings. Instead, it had butterfly-like wings, which made this dragon look more delicate than ferocious. Unfortunately, such an exquisite dragon was only the size of an ordinary cat. It was like a toy doll that could fly. It was extremely eye-catching. Whoa! Nagisa's red eyes lit up when she saw the dragon. So cute. See you cute? The dragon with the voice of an old sage stiffened slightly. Perhaps this was the first time it was praised as cute. Don't compare my Sigmund to those dolls that could be associated with cute. The girl glared at Nagisa. Nagisa shrunk her neck and hid behind Wu Yin. This seemingly beautiful girl in front of him didn't seem to have a good temper. Hey! Astria stood up for Nagisa and yelled. Don't you dare bully Sister Nagisa. Sister? The girl looked at the petite Nagisa with a strange expression. Then, she looked at Astria with a pair of voluptuous breasts that almost burst out of her clothes. She looked at Nagisa with pity. No matter if you look at it from side to side, up to left or right, Astria should be the older sister, right? Unfortunately, Astria was an idiot. Basically, anyone with a higher IQ than Astria could be her elder sister. For Astria, the talkative Nagisa was like an elder sister to her. That was why Xianxia kept calling Nagisa her elder sister. Nagisa was happy to hear that, and naturally became Xianxia's elder sister. The oblivious girl pushed herself up from the ground and glared at Xianxia with a displeased expression. Get this straight. She's the one who knocked me down. But Sister Nagisa already apologized, didn't she? Xianxia glared at the girl angrily. You're bullying her by yelling at her. I'm bullying her. What do you want? The girl got angry too. She looked at the group and mocked. You look like freshmen. What's wrong? Did they think that they would have more confidence just because they had more people? Ugh. Xianxia screamed in anger. There won't be more people. I can handle this alone. Oh. The girl's sapphire-like eyes turned cold. She raised her hand, and the little dragon named Sigmund flew up and stood on top of her. Are you trying to challenge me to a duel? Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to take advantage of her anger to make the situation worse, Wu Yin spoke up. Come back, Master. Xianxia glanced at Wu Yin and backed away unwillingly. Master. The girl didn't notice Wu Yin until now. She looked at Wu Yin with a surprised expression. She asked Xianxia with a doubtful look on her face. You called a master? Could it be that you're his automaton? What's an automaton? Xianxia tilted her head. A question mark floated above her head. I'm Master's all-purpose combat. Ugh. Before Xianxia could finish her sentence, Wu Yin covered her mouth and stopped her from speaking further. She's my automaton. Wu Yin grinned at the girl without batting an eyelid. It's not just her. The person who bumped into you, as well as the rest of the people here, are all my automatons. They're all your automatons? The girl froze on the spot. Whether it was Nagisa, Xianxia, Ikaros, Natsuki, Kanon, or the others, they all looked like real humans. In this city that was known as the Smart City, there were many automatons. It was not that the girl had never seen humanoid automatons before, but automatons that were as lifelike as the 5 girls in front of her were rare. After all, to most people, the impression of an automaton was still a mechanical form with gears and steel exposed to the outside. The girl has seen a lot of things, but she has never seen an automaton as lifelike as this one. It was also the first time the girl couldn't recognize the automaton. It's all because of your automaton. After mumbling like she was sleep-talking, the girl glanced at Natsuki and the other girls. You actually brought 5 automatons with you? Don't tell me that you can control 5 automatons to fight at once. Who knows? Wu Yin shrugged. That's what I'm talking about. Wu Yin shrugged. By the way, can you bring me to the Academy's guest room? Huh? Chapter 1571. In the Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy campus, there's a street that runs through the north and south of the Academy. This large street is the main street of the Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Not only does it connect the north and south of the Academy, it also connects to the various classrooms, dormitories, and cafeterias. Therefore, once it was time for lunch break, this main street would be packed to the brim with students who wanted to go to various places in the Academy, and it would be extraordinarily lively. Fortunately, it is not time for lunch break, and the busy time has passed. The sky is slightly yellow, and night is about to fall. At this time, the students should be in their dormitories, right? Even so, there's still a few scattered people on the main street. This small group of people was now making way for the main street in a panic. They gathered on both sides of the main street and looked ahead with fear in their eyes. In their field of vision, a young girl with flowing blonde hair and a delicate little dragon on her beret is slowly walking over with a boy and 5 girls. With the arrival of the young lady, the people on the main street all split into 2 halves, making way for her. Their gazes towards the young lady were filled with fear and dread, as if they were not looking at a human, but a demon. They were almost trembling. Of course, under these circumstances, the gazes of the surrounding students turned strange and curious as they looked at the 5 women following behind the young girl. Ooh, who are those people? They are not wearing the academy uniform. Are they new students? What guts he actually dares to follow behind that tyrant treks. Whispers began to spread from the surroundings and into the ears of Wu Yin and company. Hearing the whispers, Wu Yin and Natsuki, who was walking behind the girl, looked at each other. One of them found it funny and the other surprised. Then, as if he had casually brought it up, he looked around the topic and started talking about it. You seem to be quite famous in this academy. That is why you dare to ask me to lead the way for you. I really don't understand. The girl didn't turn her head and looked away. She glanced at Wu Yin and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will cut you into pieces?" "Cut me into pieces?" Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Looks like not only are you famous, you're also very confident in your own strength. You just entered the academy. You don't even know who I am. Yet, you dare to touch me. Your confidence is the one that's surprising and funny at the same time." The girl bluntly spat out harsh words. Her tone was also filled with displeasure. "Do you really think that you're a powerhouse just because you have 5 automatons? According to the performance of the automaton and the strength of the magic circuit, the difference in strength between 2 automaton and the automaton was very obvious. However, ingenious magic was through the automaton controlled by the puppeteer to fight. No matter how outstanding the performance of an automaton was, no matter how powerful the magic circuit was, if the puppeteer was not good enough, the combat power that the automaton could unleash would be very limited. In this academy, it was not that there were no powerful automatons, but because the puppeteer was not good enough, there were many situations where they were covered in dust. Therefore, each country paid more attention to the puppeteer instead of developing a more powerful automaton. The girl didn't know the performance of Wu Yan's automaton and what the magic circuit was. But the girl was a little concerned about the ability of Wu Yan's puppeteer. Automaton relied on the magic power provided by the puppeteer to survive. Without the magic provided by the puppeteer, the automaton was just a piece of trash no matter how powerful it was. The more powerful the automaton was, the higher the magic required, and the puppeteer's control skills were required. And of course, even if the automaton wasn't that powerful, once the number of automatons increased, the magic required and the puppeteer's control skills would be higher as well. Because of this, a puppeteer would normally only be equipped with a single automaton. They would invest all of their mana and manipulation skills into the automaton, fully unleashing the power of the automaton. In this way, even if there was surplus magic, the automaton's combat time could be effectively extended. Those who were equipped with multiple automatons at the same time either had incomparably powerful magic and control skills that could unleash the full power of multiple automatons, or they were an idiot. After all, controlling multiple automatons meant that one had to provide magic evenly to every automaton, and they had to split their attention to control them. The difficulty wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. If one didn't provide enough magic to the automaton and didn't have powerful control skills to control the automaton, in the end, not only would the combat time be very short, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of each automaton. What was such a person if not an idiot? What the girl was concerned about was whether the freshman before her was a truly powerful puppeteer or an idiot. The girl would never have thought that Wu Yan's automaton could fight on its own without him controlling it. Therefore, as a puppeteer, Wu Yan's mastery of magic was extremely bad. He was even worse than a newbie. As for magic, Wu Yan didn't have much but magic. Not to mention an automaton. He had more than enough magic power to provide an army's automaton with magic power. Only I know if I'm strong or not. Wu Yan's lips curled up in response to the girl's sarcastic but probing words. As for whether my automaton is strong or not, I'm the only one who knows. The girl paused for a moment before she snorted and continued walking. No matter what, you better not piss me off. Otherwise, I don't care if you and your automaton are strong or not. I will not hesitate to chop you into pieces. Nagisa and Astria showed obvious dissatisfaction when they heard the girl's words. Kanon consoled them by pulling their hands. Only Natsuki and Ikaros remained expressionless. They looked like real automatons who follow their master's orders. Not long after, a rather luxurious courtyard appeared in front of the group. That's where the Academy's guests are staying. The girl stopped and waved her hand at Wu Yin like she was swatting a fly. There are many rooms inside, but the room number is engraved on your key. Go find it yourself. After saying that, the girl turned around and walked in another direction with the little dragon on her head. That little girl, although her mouth was merciless, in the end, she still brought us here. Only then did Nayu lazily open her mouth. Surprisingly, she's a nice brat. She's just a little clumsy. Yeah. Wu Yin looked at the girl's back, and after a while, he yelled out, "Hey, what's your name?" The girl stopped and stood there for a long time without responding. After a while, she turned around with a provocative yet joyful smile on her face. "Charlotte? Birao. Don't forget the name that might chop you into pieces." After saying that, the young girl left without looking back. Chapter 1572. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was the best academy in the magic world. Usually, guests from all over the world would come to the academy as a guest, which was a common occurrence. For the sake of these guests who came from afar, there was a courtyard within the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy that was specially used to entertain these guests and allow them to stay in it. The courtyard took up more space than the average dormitory and was mainly divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for the ordinary guests to live in. The second floor was for the distinguished guests from all over the world to live in. On the third floor, there were luxurious suites for the royal family and the nobles, as well as those who had extraordinary statuses and great backgrounds. Students like Wu Yin who came to register but hadn't been assigned a dormitory would sometimes be arranged to live in this courtyard for a period of time. Naturally, Wu Yin had no affinity with the luxurious suites provided to the royal family. The royal family, the aristocrats, 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 and the like. Before tomorrow's test, Wu Yin would live in the dormitory on the first floor of the courtyard. Although it was called a dormitory, the courtyard that was specially used to entertain guests naturally couldn't be shabby. Therefore, when Wu Yin used the key to open the door, when they entered the dormitory, what appeared in front of the group of 6 was a room that was very different from an ordinary dormitory. The area was about the size of 2 or 3 rooms of an ordinary dormitory, with a built-in bed that was enough to lie down 3 people. There was a round table in the middle, and the surrounding walls were full of decorations, including potted plants, vases, and counters. There was a window at the front, and outside the window, there was a small open platform. The platform was planted with flower beds, and when the breeze blew, it could clearly bring a fragrance. The whole room was filled with a fragrance. It made people feel refreshed. For the level of the dormitory, it was quite luxurious. This kind of environment couldn't be said to be too good, but it definitely couldn't be said to be bad. At least, even Natsuki, who was quite demanding in all aspects, eased her delicate doll-like face when she saw this dormitory. Thinking about it, he was quite satisfied. Oh my! Nagisa and Astria cheered. They jumped onto the soft bed in the dorm and dove right into it. With a face full of happiness, she rubbed against the quilt. So comfortable, master! Ikaros followed closely behind Wu Yin. She took out a tea set and made a cup of black tea. Please have some tea. Thank you, Ikaros. Wu Yin ruffles Ikaros's hair. Under Ikaros's joyful gaze, he picks up the teacup and takes a sip. Minamiya-sensei. Kanon poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Natsuki. Please have some tea too. Thank you, Kanon. Natsuki thanked her and took the teacup. She fanned herself with a lace fan while sipping her tea. She spoke casually. Now that we've arrived at Ingenious City and the admission procedures have been completed, your path to demigod mission should begin, right? Wu Yin, who sat across from Natsuki, paused. He placed the teacup on the table and shook his head. No, I have to wait until I'm officially enrolled in the school and can participate in the classes of the Walpurgis Wong Li Machine Learning Academy if I want to proceed with the 3rd round of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yin waved his hand in the air. Instantly, A list that no one other than Wu Yin and the girls could see appeared on the screen. Wu Yin clicked on the demigod path, and the details of the third phase of the demigod path quest appeared on the screen. Special mission. Path to demigod mission phase. Third phase mission world. Ingenious girl won't get hurt. Mission details. Obtain the magic circuit. Eve's Heart X100000. Beep. This is the path to demigod special mission. The original mission has been cancelled. Only after completing the third phase of the path to demigod mission can the user choose to leave the dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the dungeon world is 100. 1. The user can train in the dungeon without any worries. Have a good time. The so-called automaton refer to those puppets that were equipped with magic circuits in their bodies, allowing the puppeteer who controlled the automaton to inject magic power into them to activate the magic circuits and perform magic quickly. In this world, a magic circuit represented a magic trick. A magic circuit was a ritual substitute for magic. In short, it was like a lamp. Inject electricity into the lamp and it would glow. Inject mana into the circuit and the magic trick would be automatically generated. The puppeteer would then be able to control the automaton and perform the magic trick quickly. However, according to the basic principles of ingenious physics, it was impossible for a single person to have two types of magic tricks. This principle was called the principle of incompatibility of magic activity. It was because of this principle that, in general, an automaton could only be equipped with one type of magic circuit and perform one type of magic trick. In other words, if a magic circuit was installed in the body of an automaton, then this automaton was equivalent to being finalized. In the future, it could only use the magic generated by this magic circuit. However, there was a magic circuit that was special. Eve's Heart. That was the magic circuit that represented life. The reason why the automaton used by the puppeteers had a personality and intelligence was because of the magic circuit of Eve's Heart. Therefore, every automaton was equipped with a magic circuit that represented life and wisdom, Eve's Heart. Only Eve's Heart could be an exception that did not abide by the principle of incompatibility of magic activity and coexisted with another magic circuit that could perform magic tricks in the automaton's body. Because Eve's Heart could bring true life to an automaton, Eve's Heart was like a human's heart. It was the foundation of all automatons. If an automaton was injured, it could be repaired through various channels. However, once Eve's Heart was damaged, then the automaton would never be able to recover and could only be abandoned. The target item of Wu Yan's third round of the Demigod Path mission was this magic circuit that could bring life, Eve's Heart. On top of that, there were 1 million Eve's Hearts. In other words, if Wu Yan wanted to complete his third round of the Demigod Path mission, he had to kill a total of 1 million automaton and obtain their hearts. This was not a joke. Eve's Heart was the life of an automaton. With it, the automaton could move freely like a human. Killing 1 million automatons? What was the difference between that and killing 1 million humans? Besides, it was impossible for others to ignore the fact that he had killed so many automatons. It would definitely cause all kinds of trouble. Therefore, after much consideration, Wu Yan decided to study at the Walpurgis Academy. It was all for the sake of learning how to create the magic circuit Eve's Heart from here. If he could learn the technique to create Eve's Heart, then Wu Yan could create 1 million Eve's Hearts by himself. He would not need to spend so much effort to kill 1 million automaton. Eve's Heart was the foundation for the creation of an automaton. There must be a way to create it in the Academy. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.